Hi everyone, welcome to the project introduction for how to create a coin faucet in Node.Js. My name is Elliot Mins. I'm going to be the one conducting this course. I'm a cryptocurrency engineer in my full time. I work with platforms such as C++, Node.js, Golang, and Haskell, and I help to create coins for different companies, and also I build applications on top of cryptocurrencies. I have a bunch of other videos on LiveEDU, which I recommend you check out. So in this video, or in this series, we're going to learn how to create a coin faucet. For those of you who don't know, a coin faucet is basically an easy way to distribute coins out to people in kind of a fun way. It's kind of gamey, but it's a really good way of getting your coin into the hands of people. In another video, we actually created our own cryptocurrency, so we're going to use that same cryptocurrency in the future. It's called Livecoin. It's got no real value or anything like that, but we're going to reuse that, and that's what we're going to create the faucet in. Obviously, in your own, if you're in your own coin projects, you can use whatever you want, and basically the same methodology applies. We're going to use sort of similar language between all the different coins. So whether this be for Bitcoin or Ethereum or Litecoin, the same rules apply. So let's have a look at the curriculum of the course. Let me just scroll down here. Okay, so this is the tutorial overview. I should hide my mouse. I think it's fine on the screen. Okay, so this is so in the first session, what are we going to be doing? Let's just go through this. So in the first session, we're going to basically set up our environment. We're going to talk about what faucets are. I give a little brief overview there. Then we're going to set up our project, get it ready. Get our coin ready so that we can use it. So that means building it if we haven't built it already, but basically just getting it running and creating our project structure as well. So it's very much sort of hands-on, getting set up with things like Node.js, Vue.js, getting them all in sort of one directory, but working together nicely. Basically just to set up our environment. I will be doing this on Linux, but the same applies on Mac OS, and I believe you can also, using Ubuntu under Windows, do the same thing as well. Unfortunately, I do not have access to Windows, so I can't do that for you. But I'll be using it on Arch Linux, and I'll be using NVM, which is something we'll talk about. Okay, so in the session 2, we'll be looking at the front end. And that's basically, we're going to be building the front end of our app, because this will be a website that we will be hosting online. We want to have a nice beautiful front end for people to interact with, and we'll be using Vue.js for that as well. So we'll get that set up. We'll add Bulma.io for the style sheets instead of stuff like Bootstrap. I think Bulma is a little bit more complete, and it's very good for getting something up and running quite quickly without worrying too much about design. Talking about captchas as well, how we're going to use a captcha to sort of stop people from making multiple requests, and we'll look at CoinHive in order to get our captcha working. And this is a really unique captcha that's pretty in line with cryptocurrencies as well. So we'll talk about that and how to apply it, and we'll add it to Vue.js because that's kind of tricky because they don't have an exact Vue.js package. So we'll kind of make a little package to make it work, and we'll show how to do that. Then in session 3, we'll be talking about the backend and the API. So in this session, we'll be setting up our API routes, adding our database models. So pretty standard stuff. If you've worked on any API stuff, we'll be using Koa for the backend, which is recommended, and we'll be using stuff like async. So we'll be doing a lot of async anyway. So we're using ES6 stuff. So it'll be very modern and up to date, unless you're watching this 5 years from now, which will probably be out of date. So once we've done that, we'll then get our coin service up and running. So this is the way that we're going to interact with our coin. We'll be talking about JSON RPC in this session as well, and how the role that JSON RPC plays in that. Looking at things like authentication as well. Lots to cover in that session, and making some basic calls to our coin daemon. Then in session 4, we'll be configuring. So this is basically getting everything to work together, adding in the API calls to the front end, selecting the reward ratio for the coin. So we want to make sure that we don't go broke, but that it's enticing enough for people to keep wanting to play and keep submitting their entries. We'll set up a cron task for that as well. So this will be running So payments will be setting up as well, and being paid out and things like that. So a bit more on the back end stuff. And if we've got time, we'll add some email alerting in, so we can email ourselves if we're running low on coins and we need to top up and stuff from our cold storage. Then in session 5, which will be the final session, we'll start looking at deploying. So we'll load it up onto Docker, and we'll upload it onto Docker Hub. Potentially, we'll be able to do that. So basically, we'll just get a Docker file up and ready. It'll be really nice and easy, so we can add some easy configurations into it. Then we'll just run it on our server. I might not upload it to Docker Hub because there's a little caveat when doing this, especially when it comes to things like Coin token APIs and stuff. Where you need to build it with the same environment variables that you run it in, and in those cases, it's usually just easier to download it off GitHub and do it again. But if anybody hasn't seen already, this is the live coin. This is the coin that we're using. It's called Livecoin. We created it 15 days ago, but a bit more than that. But so this is what we'll be using. So you want to download, get yourself a copy, make sure it's building for your platform, and yeah. Or if you want to use something else other than this, other than that coin, be right ahead. Maybe you're a secret whale and something else. But yeah, so this tutorial is for anybody interested in cryptocurrencies. It does say it's streaming. These are going to be pre-recorded videos uploaded, so don't worry too much about the schedule. And yeah, the target audience is basically anybody who wants to learn more about building apps on top of cryptocurrencies. This is a great place to start. You'll learn, if you've got an idea, you want to add some really cool mechanism that requires payments. This is a great way to sort of understand how you would go about building that. So I hope you enjoy the series. Yeah, looking forward to getting started. Hi everyone, welcome to session 1 of how to create a coin faucet in Node.Js. So today we're going to be basically setting up our project environment and a little introduction into the course and the project and what we're trying to achieve. And we'll talk a little bit about what faucets are and basically do things like getting our coin ready, getting our project directory, and installing any tools that we need to install already if we don't already have them. So first of all, the first thing we're going to want to do is, let's talk a little bit about, first of all, we're going to want to get our coin ready. Now, if you have a coin already, then that's great, that's fine. But in our case, we're going to be using the one that we downloaded or created before. So this is on GitHub under Elliot Minutes at Livecoin. If you want to follow on that previous tutorial, it's available on Live.edu. It's how to create your own cryptocurrency in C++ proof of work. What we're going to do is we're just going to clone this. Let's do that, and we'll go to our terminal here, and let's create some projects. So I've got a complete fresh environment for us. I have just installed NVM, but I'll go into that in a minute. So let's do make div live edu. And we can do it here. So we'll do git clone. Perfect. So this will take a little while to download because it's a big project directory. You'll see my sort of power line going down at the bottom. Fortunately, I do not have it set up with my CPU at the moment, but we will do that at some point. But yeah, so this is going to take a little while to download. So in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll talk about what faucets are. So faucets are basically a way of distributing your coin to strangers on the internet without having to know them. They basically will go onto your site, put in their address, their coin address, onto a form and click go, and then every 10-20 minutes or so they'll receive a payout, and the payout could be variable or the payout could be constant. And I for this series we're going to basically make it variable because it adds a little bit of fun, a little bit of a game to it, and we'll do a payout something like every 10 minutes. Yeah, so that's kind of what you do. And why would you do this? One, it's a really good way of distributing your coins to people. It makes people actively interested in your coins. 2, it's a sort of nice way, like you can get your money back through the use of mining captchas and also through advertisements on your site and things like that. So you will get your investments back as well, hopefully. So that's the reason why I do it, and for the purpose of this tutorial, it's actually a really great way to understand how to build applications on top of cryptocurrencies. So that's what we're mainly going to be focusing on and what we're invested in. So whilst this is downloading, it's going to take some time, so let's open up another window here. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to install NVM if you haven't got that already. I have got it, but it's on GitHub. You just search for NVM by CreationX, and then you just install this script here. I already have it, so it's fine. I don't need to do that. We can just clear that off now. And then once you have installed, you do nvm install 9, because that's the version we'll be using. Already got it. And then if you've already got it, just nvm use 9. So we're using Node version 9 for this. Okay, so let's get into our live edu project. Okay, and we're going to make our directory. What is interesting is this chance to root. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting else. Never mind. So what we're going to do here is we're going to. I guess not. Didn't hurt, right? Sorry, this because this is a fresh environment. I just need to update. I think my Tmux packages, but looks like they're already updated. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to call this the faucet. So yeah, we'll call it Coin Faucet. That's a good name for it. This is going to be our project root. So we'll go into Coin Faucet, and as usual, we'll do git edit. So we want to initialize. There we go. So we've got our initial git. Now, what we're going to want in here is, so this project setup is going to be slightly strange because we're going to be using Vue.js and Node.Js. We're going to be using them as two separate kind of projects, but they're going to be built as a singular one just because it makes things easier. Later on, if you had a more complicated application, you would separate them. Why am I doing it like this? Because I personally do not believe that front-end code and back-end code should be mixed together. I think it creates coupling and issues that you can avoid much easier by not doing that. So as a force of habit, I always build in this manner. So what we're going to do is we're going to create two directories here. We're going to make one called web, and we're going to make a directory called API, because those are our two backend projects. So if we have a look, I wonder if I've got tree as well. Let's just have a look, see if I've got tree here. Sorry about this. This is not what you really want. Let me just install that. It just gives a little bit of a better understanding of what the directory structure looks like. There we go. So we have two directories. We have our git as well. If I do that, fine. But yes, if we have a look, we've got our two directories. You can see here. If we just check how we're doing. Yep, so this is taking a while to download because it's got all the Bitcoin history on there. Again, if you've already got your own coin, you don't need to do that. Okay, so let's start with the API. So here we need to download. Actually, we just need to initialize. So we'll do npm init. Okay, we'll call this Coin Faucet API. So normally I would set up a project. Let's have a look at this. Yep, that's fine. Not there, is it? I think this is where it's going to be. Don't need that. Just add me as the author. Yep. Yes, correct. Okay. And let's just put an index.js file in there as well. Great. So that's all we want for this. Okay. Now we need to do the same for web. So we go into our web. Now here we need to install Vue CLI if you don't have it already. If you do, you can just skip this part. Install it globally. Let's have a look. This might fail, so we might need to use sudo instead. For those of you that don't know, sudo stands for super user do. It means do something as the super user. Looked like it was fine. Perfect, we didn't need to install it globally. Okay, so we can do view CLI init. Oh, let's do view CLI webpack. Nope, didn't look like it did work. That's probably because we haven't got the node in our path. So that's kind of annoying. I don't want to install it as root because that probably should be there, so let's have a look. Let's see if we can just take it from here. Nope. I haven't got everything set up, so this is something you probably want to make sure you do in future. Just have NVM, I guess, in the path. It's kind of weird how it's not though, so this will do for the moment. So we want to do view init webpack. Yes, we do want to generate in the current project directly. Download the template, and we'll call this live coin faucet web. I will look into the front end live coin faucet. Yep, that works nicely. Runtime, install view router. No, we don't need that. I want the ESLint. We'll stand up. We've got to change something. We don't want to add unit tests. We're not going to be building unit tests. We're going to use npm as well because we don't want to go too much into ARM and stuff. Perfect. I wonder how to get nvm as the... Whilst this is doing that, let me just have a check. Nvm bin add to path. Alright, so that's running there. If we do npm run dev, we should get this running live. Yeah, I'm not too sure how to get the MVM path. Must be a way to do it though, so otherwise we wouldn't have node. Let's see, interesting. So there's probably a way to do it in our what's it called? Oh no, it's already there. So that was just me being silly. We don't need to add it to our path or anything like that. It should automatically be added to our path. Okay, perfect. So let me just click. Okay, let's look here then. Opera. Okay, localhost 8080. Now I'm using Opera. It's not my it's not the browser I typically tend to use. The reason I'm using Opera is because very bright. The reason I'm using Opera is because it's the only one that seems to work on OBS for some reason. I have changed to Linux though, so things are a little bit strange, but you know, for the moment this is the only one that works. Okay, so we got this working. That's our first app. Obviously, it's not going to look like this in the future. Actually, want to move. Sorry about this. And yep, the web catcher's gone. So put it back. One of the weird things about this. There we go. We're back. Okay, so that's the web catcher. Sorry, I just removed the cursor because it's kind of annoying. Okay, so instead, let's go back to our terminal. What's annoying is also my stream deck does not work on Linux either, so it's a bit of a transition to change, but you know, we're getting used to it. Okay, so we got into Livecoin. So again, you can kind of skip this part if you haven't done it already, or if you have done it already, but we just need to go ahead and build everything. Because this is a fresh environment and it might not work straight away, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we want to go into our faucet. Okay, and we're going to have one for API and one for web. So just to make things a little bit easier, I'm going to name this API. Here I'm going to name web, and here I'm going to name coin. Okay, looks fine. Let's just configure this. It works well. All right. And then we'll just make. We'll do a 6, I think that should be fine. Okay, so on our API, we have just index and package.json. You can see everything's running slow now because I am building the coin and fans on my machine are running crazy. That was a pretty short video to get set up. So this is sort of everything we want to do to get set up here. Once the coin builds, then we're ready to go. And, you know, in the next session, we'll just basically start with the front end. So we've got the API here, but we don't actually need to do much with it. We'll start setting up the front end, and that'll be the major points initially. For the meantime, and that's basically going to be in this window. Now, I use tmux if you hadn't noticed already, and it allows me to just sort of do things like split panes, which is really handy. We can have these split planes here. You can see everything sort of slowed down just a tiny bit because of this being built. But once this is built, we'll be good to go. So the skills that we're going to kind of learn in this course, they're going to apply, like, say you want to build anything. I mean, you can take what you sort of understand here and technically build an exchange, because you'll learn how to interface with actual coin daemon itself, and it's a really, really useful thing to be able to do. There's a lot of power and versatility you can build on top of it. One thing we also should probably install, if you haven't already, this is related to our API. I wonder if I've got a... Yeah, I've got a little bit of burn there. Anyway, so it's going to be different on your environment, but we want to install MongoDB. So let's make sure we do that. We'll do sudo pacman s mongo. If you're using Linux, it'll be brew. And Ubuntu and things like that, it will be apt. But I'm using Arch Linux, so install MongoDB. And that's just so we're set up to get running. We could do this with something like Postgres or something, or Redis, but Mongo is probably the easiest, and we want it to be persistent states. Mongo is nice. If you've seen any of my videos regarding JavaScript before, Mongo is what I tend to go for, just because it's very easy to get set up, and it's nice and effective. So this is building fine. Everything that we need has been built. It's just the daemon we want, really. We're not going to use the CLI, and we're not going to use the transaction builder. And we've got Mongo. Let's just check if we can get in. Okay, let's do sudo system control. If you're on Ubuntu, this will be service. Let's just do start, actually. Okay. Now let's try it. There we go. We are in Mongo. Show DBs. We don't have any. Nope, we don't. Okay. Let's do this. So that's all we want to do for the meantime. Ideally, I want to get this. Yeah, there we go. It's working. If we just have a look in our source, we have our CLI and we have our D. There's the thing here. That's what we want. Cool. So everything's looking good. That's it for setting up our project environment. We're pretty good to go. So next session, we're going to look at getting our web package up and running, and we're going to build the front end first because that's kind of nice and pretty. We're going to use Bulma.io for that, but I'll go into that all a little bit more detail and how we're going to set that up. So thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the session. I hope your environments are all set up and everything like that. If anything goes wrong, don't be afraid to Google it. It'll be slightly different on your system depending on what system you're working on. But thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate it. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to how to create your own coin faucet in Node.Js. Welcome to session number 2. So today what we're going to be looking at is the front end. We're going to be building this in Vue.js. If you remember from our last session, we got our project set up and everything laid out where we wanted to go. So we're going to be working in the web directory and building from there. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so I'm using Vim. If you guys have seen any of my videos before, you know I like to work in the command line, but follow along in your own text editor or IDE, however you like to. So the first thing we're going to do, let's see where we got to again. Let's run this. So if you do npm run dev, that will start up the development server. And let me just load this up and show it here. That is not what we wanted to go, so we go to localhost 8080. See if it works. Some technical issue with Opera. Always good if you there we go. So that's what we got so far. This is what it looks like. If we go back to the terminal. So we need to basically, the first thing we want to do is add some information. But I want to just remove some of this boilerplate stuff. So we're going to get rid of the hello world. So I just deleted that hello world file, delete that, and delete that. Okay, good. So that looks like this now. So for the moment, we're just going to keep using that logo. I am going to get rid of the styling that's already in there. And it's just going to pop to the left. So for that, I just deleted this. What might be useful is if I display the two pages together. So let me just tinker with my... Let me just... Okay, we'll go into studio mode here. I think we're still recording, but I'm not too sure if I'm transitioning or not. That's one of the questions. Hopefully I'm not transitioning whilst I tinker with a new, what's it called? Let's get a new capture device and do the terminal capture as well. Pop. Okay, so hopefully that's not messing the video up too much for you. I'm trying to find a good way to sort of show this. Cut it down here, I think. That's probably the best way. Because only the top right is only going to be displaying errors and such for. We could put it down in the bottom left. Slightly easier. Yes, for my video purposes, I could put myself in the top right. But yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Well, go mode. Right, sorry about that. Okay, so that's going to be slightly better. You can kind of see everything. I want this ever so slightly. I want this web capture to be prominent. That'll do. Pop that in. Okay, cool. So that's that should sort of help us with doing everything. Okay, so first of all, the first component we want is the info. So we want to give some information about what this is. Now I'm just going to quickly open up my notes. Okay, sorry about that. Let's yes, let me get my notes up. So we're gonna have the info page. Now we're gonna just add in the content here. We'll talk about the style shortly. We need to do some npming for that. Okay, so we need to have, we'll just have some divs in here. And we're gonna have a title. We'll do this a H2 or H1. H1 maybe. So remember, they're using our ticker here, which is LBC. We can do some cool stuff here, like which we might do, just to make this a little bit more, you know, customizable to other people. Yeah, let's do that. So let's add our script tags. Now we want to be building with the intention of making sure that everything is customizable. So let's do the name as info. And we want to do some props. We do ticker, which is type of string, required true. And then we want a minutes. So this is going to be type of number and required true. So we can put some stuff in there to make sure it's flawed, or but you might want 2.5 or whatever. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to change this to ticker. And let's remove it from ticker. I don't really like the word ticker. I will change it to symbol. So let's do symbol. I'm going to do it every minutes. Okay. So if we check out our thing, it's not there yet. So we need to add it to our app. So let's go ahead and do that. Import info from components. And it's going to complain because we haven't got our info there. So you can see that. And we need to put a slash there. And let's add it in. Okay, so we need to add in our ticker, which is going, or symbol, sorry, which is going to be LVC. And our minutes, which is going to be 10. There we go. So we're giving away LVC every 10 minutes. So that's where we can customize it with our own properties and values, and we can just reuse this code later on. Now, you might ask, well, I've only got this one coin, why would I want to make this code reusable? It's just good practice to do so. Okay, we've got an end of line. So this is ESLint. ESLint is, I mean, it's good for you, but it's very, very controlling, I guess. Okay, so what do we need to do now? We need to do Bulma. We need to install some styling because we don't have any styling and it's kind of looks a little bit strange, everything off to the side. So to do that, I'm going to do it in just the terminal view right now. Okay, So we're going to do npm I Bulma, and we're going to save that. Now we might need to get sass or less. I think we do need some sass, but we'll come across that in the future. So when we get to it, so let's do styles first of all. Okay, so let's add our styling in. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. So let's have my notes. So we need to, right, so we've got our styles page. Now we want a configuration for this. So we'll just do configure.scss. So this will probably complain at us that we don't have Sass installed, so we will do that. But initially we'll just get the boilerplate out of the way. Now, if you've never used Bulma before, it's a really nice framework library. It's very similar to something like Bootstrap, but I feel it's just a little bit more modern and a bit more feature rich. Although I believe Bootstrap 4 has now been released, so I should really check that out. Okay, we're not going to have any defaults just yet, so I don't need to import that. Okay, I feel like just copying this because it is so much boilerplate, but I don't think it will work because I'm on a different terminal multiplier and I'm under a different user, so yeah, it's not going to work. So we're just going to type it out, which is kind of boring, but you know, it will give us a chance to go through it. So what we're typing out here is basically our color scheme. So you can see this is quite easy to extend, and you'll see for like in the case of this, we've got white with white and black, which is very strange, and black with black and white, which is very strange. That is because we're basically writing out the inverse of each of these. So we've got light and light invert, if that makes sense. And dark will be dark and dark invert. So the other colors we want for this are primary. We can do primary and primary invert. So why are we doing this? We're just basically setting up the parameters within Bulma. Now this has already been set up, but the reason we're redoing it is because we might want to change this, and you know, if you want to change your color scheme, this is a good way to do it. Now you should recognize these names if you've ever used something like Bootstrap before. This is kind of a common way of naming colors into their different respective fields. I don't know how I feel about all this. I guess it kind of makes sense, but like they're kind of implied, the colors anyway, and I feel like it's just a layer of abstraction around colors. The only colors that are ever going to change here are going to be primary and maybe info. Info's still always just that blue color in my head though. It's never going to be anything else. Success is always green. It's not hash, is it? Import Bulma. So this is just us importing from the repository, and that's all we need to do. Okay, so let's just restart this. Now this might complain. It's not going to complain just yet because we haven't actually done any importing. But what we want to do is we want to go into our main.js, and we're just going to import the style sheet. We don't need to give it a name or anything. We'll just import styles/configure.scss. And also we just want to do that. Apparently there was no dependency found, so slightly strange why that's not working. Yeah, I have no idea why that's not working. Probably because we haven't got SAS installed, so let's do that. It's kind of a weird bug. I wasn't expecting that. So let's install Node SAS. Anything else I need to install here? Probably the SAS loader as well. Do Node SAS fast, and then we'll do SAS loader, and save that as well. Let's run dev. Yeah, so it's not complaining anymore, which is good. So that means Bulma has been added. Now there is Buify you can use, which is a form of Bulma. I'm not a big fan of it. It's made for, it does simplify some of the process of like adding files and that. And there is one thing we also need to do, which is add like a font kit. No, I think we're all right. Actually, we don't need to do that. Let's change the title of our page, though, shall we? Whilst we're here, so we can just call it Live Coin Faucet. Okay. So let's style our info page, shall we? Okay. So first of all, we're going to set this as a class of, well, this divider we want to actually be under the class of section. So it should give it a bit of a chunk around. Nope. Let's just reload the page. Okay, yeah, you can see that the font already changed there. And let's give this a title. So we'll do class equals title. And we'll just set it as an is4 size. Don't worry too much about that at the moment. There we go. You can kind of see that yeah, everything's sort of got our own little section here. Now, one of the big issues is you can see the section kind of separates us from the actual... I'll remove this stuff. I don't need Facebook or WhatsApp on here. There we go. Sorry about that. I've not really used Opera before. It's just the only one that works for my streaming software, so it's fine. Fine to work, I think. Okay, so that's our kind of title on there. One of the things I definitely want is to sort of have this centralized or centered. So let's go into our app view here. Now we've got div class app. We're going to put a section in here, I think, just to make that sort of, there we go, pop out a little bit. But also, I think we want to make a container. So we can sort of have that slightly centered already. And on top of that, we want to do has text centered. There we go, perfect. So it's now centered in the the page. If you want to know where I'm getting all this information from, the best place to go is bulma.io. I've just worked with Bulma so much that the documentation is sort of ingrained in my head, but we may have a little quick look at some of that stuff anyway. Right. So we've added our info. Let's add a rewards table. So this is going to be a table that we're going to sort of be able to view what rewards we get, because we want to show people, playing the faucet, what they're going to receive by playing it, what the chances are for each reward. So let's start off with the standard template and script. And this one we just want to have table in there and table. So let me get up my notes. Okay, so here we're going to use some Bulma classes again. Actually, we'll not put the classes until afterwards. I think that's the wisest thing. Okay, so we're going to have a row. We have the table header of amount in symbol. Use that and slash table header. And then we'll have a table header of chance. Okay. Then we want to look at our... Well, we should probably wrap this in a T head, actually. Let's do that as well. And we're going to go onto a T body. So in our T body, we just want to do table rows. And let's add some properties to our script, shall we? So we definitely want symbol. And on our T body, we're going to want an array as well for our data that we're going to get back. So let's start here, export default. Now we could just do data in this, but we should probably do properties. So let's do props. Okay, so first of all, we know what this is going to be. We need the symbol. That should be required. True, and it is a type of string. Okay, and the next thing we want is, I need to get some syntax highlighting for, what's it called, for Vue.js. I wonder if there's a good one out there. Probably. Syntax highlights some of it, but it would be nice to have all of the rest of it syntax highlighted, but that's fine for the moment. Okay, and the next thing we want is rewards as a prop. And let's do this as a object, and the type of this is going to be an array, and the required is true, but we're going to add a default for this one just because it makes things a little bit easier. And the default needs to be a function, but we'll just do a lambda that returns an empty array. That will be our default. Now the cool thing about defaults is you can use it without testing the actual props. Let's do trv for reward in rewards. And now the reward is going to have two things. It's going to have a prize, so that's the amount you receive. And we'll talk about that a little bit because it's going to be slightly different. It's not going to be full numbers like you think of it. It's going to be to the power of 8, or magnitude of 8 added on top of each reward prize. And that's because of the way that Bitcoin works. And other cryptocurrencies, of course. So, okay, we've got the odd reward prize. We're going to do odd prize, sorry, my bad. Odd in the head for odd numbers. And we want to do reward.prize divided by 1e8 /th, and then td. The th just makes things a little bit bolder. We'll do math.round odd.chance times. So this is an interesting one. We need to try to find out what the minimum chance is. And we really need some sort of configuration for this. Let's do reward.chance, not odd. By 1,000. We're going to add in magnitude as well, and that's going to be a type of number, and required equals true. So it's going to be, magnitude is kind of a weird one, but we need to set this up anyway. And then we want to divide it by magnitude times, times 0.01. So it's a kind of a confusing one. We'll do it divided by 100 because of the way JavaScript works with numbers. And about the percentage symbol. So this is just a way that we'll get percentages. We'll go into a little bit more detail about that. We could do this as a function. It's probably a little bit more easier to understand if we do it as a function. But for the meantime, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so we've got our rewards and our table. It's unstarted at the moment, but what we want to do is we want to just at least show this in our info section. So we're going to just import rewards table from at components rewards table. Okay, and we just want to add it into our components, which we don't have, so we'll set that up now. Okay, let's add in rewards table. Now we need to add in our props, so let's add the symbol in, equals symbol. Now we use the bind keywords, which is the 2 colons at the front of the word, to explain that this is a bound symbol rather than just a direct symbol. Whereas you can see in our app.js, we don't use that for symbol because we are just passing in 10. So kind of that's how that one works. Now if we look at our table, we don't seem to have anything working there, which is fine. We just refresh this page. Okay, so the automatic refresh is timing out, which is annoying, but so we got our little table there. It's not really styled in any way, and we don't have any rewards going in. So we're just going to make some fake data up here. And why am I making up here rather than adding it into the defaults? Just because it's going to be passed in and we can actually customize it later. Let's do this. I think it's chance 0.0 or 0.1 reward equals 10. Let's say we'll do 10 of our coins. Forgot about this. It's kind of one of the quirks. And I do not like that. So, okay, this is an ESLint thing we need to solve. So this is a personal preference, but I like having space before I don't like having spaces before parameters. It doesn't sit right with me from other languages. So I go into my ESLint RC and I'll just add that as a rule. And how do you add rules? So if it pops up, you just type in the name, so space before function param, and I'll just turn it off. Or 0 also works. But let's just reload this. And there you go, it's not complaining anymore. So that's just a way of keeping everything how you want it. I don't like having the space before function parameters, so I don't want it. Okay, so we got rewards here. Let's add another one just so we got a bit more. And chance equals 0.9. And reward. It's not rewards, is it? It's just a reward. I guess it's kind of like a prize. What did we name it? I can't remember. We named it prize. It is a prize, not a reward. So let's just change that back to prize. My earlier self was correct. We'll just do this as 0. We can do this as 1, I guess. And for every 10, you get 20, so it's a bonus. Yeah. Well, we just do it as 10. It's nice and easy. Now, the magnitude here is just going to be 10, I believe. Doesn't really matter too much about the magnitude. We can actually set a default. Because the way that we work out this magnitude means it should just be fine regardless. It's just like if you go much lower than that, you will, or like if you go really into very tiny decimal places, you want to make sure that you work. Okay. So let's just refresh the page. And we haven't passed our rewards in, so let's do that. And there you go. You can see our rewards are there. For some reason, the live reload isn't working, which is kind of strange. All right, so 1E7 is our amount, and 1E minus 8 is our amount. So that doesn't look correct at all when the prize is actually 10 and 1. And that's because we have to actually set these as 10E8, because we're dealing with Satoshis at this level. We're not dealing with full coins. So this is something you want to keep on with, basically. Seconds. Okay. And there you go. So now we've got 10 and chance. Now let's organize this table, because this table looks a little bit out of place. Let's add some styling to it, shall we? Okay. So again, Bulma has some nice styling in here. We'll do class equals table is bordered. We'll add a nice bordered table to it. We'll look how that goes. Yep, it's okay. So slightly borders. I don't know why it's not bordered the actual outline here. It's kind of strange. Probably because I put it in table head, so we need it to be in just the table class. My bad. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so that's bordered up some of the tables. Table rows. This already looks slightly nicer than what it did before. I think that's probably all we need for the moment. Yeah, that looks fine. Doesn't need to be too fancy, this. I'm going to leave the code as a means for the user to do. But we do want to center it, so we're going to have to add some styling ourselves. Let's do style lang equals CSS, and we'll do it scoped as well. Now I don't know if this is going to work in this scope or not, but we'll try it. So we'll just do .table, .table, and margin left auto, margin right auto. Let's just refresh the page. There we go. So we got it centered now. Perfect. So that's currently what our rewards are for, 10% chance to win 10 LVC and a 90% chance to win 1 LVC. Pretty fair reward system. We can add more to that and change that if we want to, and we'll talk about that in our configuration. Okay, so the next stage is we've got our information. It tells us when we've given away LVC. We'd probably need a little bit more information about telling the user how to do it. So let's go back to our info page. And here we're going to have another H class. We'll do H2 because this is a heading 2, but actually it's going to be is 6. So all you have to do is enter your symbol. So you could change this to currency because it is what we're dealing with is the currency name, but we might want to use currency elsewhere. I'm just going to put a H2 here. Address and solve the captcha. Okay, so this is kind of broken off a little bit. I'm just going to play it up like that. I like to keep everything within 80 because 1, it's easier to read, and 2, it fits on every screen. Okay, and there we go. So we've got all we have to do is enter your LVC address and of the captcha. So that's kind of the information. It's pretty easy to do. We could add stuff like get LVC here, get your LVC address here, or things like that. It's kind of like additional extensions you can add to make things better. But for the meantime, this is fine. Okay, so what's next? Oh, I just noticed that my web page off. So let's move the web captcha back, shall we? All right. Cool. So the web captcha's back over there. Okay, so now we want to do is have a form, or the address. So we need a place so they're going to enter their address field into. So what we'll do is we'll create a new component called the address form. And we'll set it up with the boilerplate. I wish I had something that did this for me. Something I need to look into. I could make a macro for this, but it's fine, isn't it? Let's just do an export default here. Name address form. And let's begin. So what do we want here? We also need some data here. So I'm just going to return nothing at the moment. And then let's start. So we want a div class here. We'll just make it another section. Now we want to add some transitions into this, but I don't want to jump too much ahead there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make it quite simple and then expand on it. So we need a title and enter your symbol address. So we need a props already. Okay, so enter your symbol address. Then we want to have a field. So this is like a input field. The class is here. Don't mind too much. It's just I recommend looking at the Bulma documentation to get an understanding of what these classes do. Sorry about that. Got a frog in my throat. But this is basically a bit of Bulma boilerplate. It allows us to have a nice looking input form. So we're going to have a big one. So this is an input, and we're going to have type equals text, placeholder equals enter your. Let's do it like this. Alright, so for the placeholder, we actually just want to do the title. So we're going to do that. And here we're going to change this to title as well. And then we're going to have something computed here. Computed title. This is not a function, so computed title. So the title is going to be enter. Do this. I believe that's correct. All right, that should work there. Use string interpolation. All right, so the placeholder is the title as well and the model. So we need to add a model, and it will be the address. So in our data, we need to have an address. We can have it just type. That's kind of how it starts, I think. Yeah, we're not going to get everything there. So let's do this. This is from my Haskell days. All right, so that's our input. Now let's go ahead and we need a. Well, we can have a look at how this looks first of all before we add more to it. So if we go into our app, let's import address form from components / address form. So symbol is not defined. That's because we need to do this dot symbol. No trading spaces. That's my fault. Again, I need some sort of to this. Okay, we've not got the address form yet. Okay. So we're going to our app.view. We've got the address form here. Now we're going to be reusing the symbol, so what we're going to just have here is data. In fact, I think I want it to be computed. I'll explain that later, but for the moment, you'll see why. So we want a symbol class here, and we're just going to return LVC. Okay. So if I refresh that, it should be fine. Yep, good. And then let's add the address form in here. And the symbol equals symbol. There you go. So enter your LVC address. We've got ourselves a nice little form here. We can enter our address in. Perfect. The next thing we need is a button. So we'll go back to our rewards table. And let's add a button in, shall we? Not rewards table, sorry, my mistake. Go to our address form. Right, so we've got our input. We can come out of here because we don't want it to be part of the same control. So let's add another field in. And this is just kind of layout code. Just to allow us to center everything without overriding stuff. P class equals control. We can do this as a div if we wanted, but P seems to be fine. Button class equals button is primary is large. Now remember, is primary basically sets the color. Let's not do any of that stuff yet. Continue. Alright, so we've got our button here, so we can click continue, and that's how it works. And that logo kind of works for Livecoin, even though it's not right, but still. Okay. So we can basically add everything in basically at the moment. We need to tie this up with our API at some point, but we're not going to do that just yet. But what we do want to do is we want to sort of pretend that that does work at the moment. So let's add some on-click controls for this. And click. And we also want to add some state into this as well. So, okay, we're going to add an on submit method. Let's do on, we'll do async actually, on submit. Because this is going to be a sync, so we'll do this dot state. So we're going to add a state of what's going on. It is loading. I'm just going to do window.set. We'll just set a timeout. So we'll pretend that this is the API request. Make API request. Window set timeout. Success. True, let's say. 5,000. So I would prefer to have this as a sync call, but I don't really want to add a library just for that. And we just want to clear everything else as well, so this dot address equals to the. We're going to add a method here for reset. This dot state equals to the. This dot address equals to the. This dot success equals true, false. And what we're going to do is set another timeout. I kind of want an API actually. Let's find if I can get an async one. So I could quickly just write one actually. We can just do await new promise function resolve. Let's just do that. We don't need it to be a function either. We can just do this. Yep, sorry, get rid of the semicolons. Putting spaces are not allowed. Okay, so we set timeout there. And we're just going to do this dot success equals true. I don't want it to be that long. I just probably want it to be that long. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do another await promise. So we can probably wrap this up, but for the meantime, it just sort of shows what we can do. Okay, we'll just do that, and then this dot reset. So we'll just reset everything. And get rid of the semicolons, because we don't need them. Okay, so we make the API request, and we just pretend for half a second that works. We can just do this dot state equals that. We don't need to set any state afterwards. Okay, so now let's add the state to our buttons. So we can do that by adding a new class there. Let's do this class equals state. So now this should spin round when we click continue. Let's reload. Oh, let's also add the state here. And we have got on submit, so there we go. You can see that spins around like we've got an API request. Let's just add this to 1 second. Okay, so you can see something's happening during that stage, which is nice. Perfect. And then, so now that we've got a success, let's do success false. Let's add a couple of transitions in here as well, so that it's changing over. Okay. Let's add these transitions in. So transitions, if you haven't done before, well, first of all, before we do a transition, let's do a if statement. So let's add the if not success. So basically, if we have successfully submitted, we're just going to explain, some feedback to the user saying, okay. So we're just feedback to the user saying, we received it. Now we want to add the minutes here, so let's add minutes. Type equals number, required equals true. And let's go to our app. Sorry. And we're going to do also minutes for the calculated. So you can see why this is kind of a good idea to build it with the intent of expanding upon it, because now you can see that we're reusing variables and components. And so it's always good to have these defined once, and then if you ever want to change things, you can easily. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so kind of a little strange. Let's add this to 500. So you can see at the bottom it pops up that the address has been entered, but it's kind of janky the way it does it. It's very sharp. It just sort of pops up and disappears. It's not a nice user experience, really. So let's go a bit ahead, and we also kind of want to remove the form as well, if that's there. So let's add the div for the form. I'm going to do it up here. Just add the key for it. And we can do the div down to here. So basically we've got the form stuff now all wrapped up in a div that is opposite to that. So let's try this again. My address, let's just do that for. And there we go. So now it's kind of a little bit clearer that you've entered, and you shouldn't expect to enter anything again. You come back and then everything, because we reset, is cleared, so you can enter a new address. But again, it's still a little janky, so now we're going to add a transition. So we'll do a fade transition, just to make it look a little bit nicer. And we want to do this down to here. So this is our transition. The name of it is fade. It fades out and then in, rather than in then out, because we want to get rid of the element and then add a new element in there. And we need to add some style for this one as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is all in the view documentation, but basically we want to add for the active element, the transition is opacity. So that's what our element that we are transitioning. I'm going to do it for 5 seconds. And then let's also do scoped here, I think. We don't need all the Sass for this. And then, so for our fade, enter, and dot fade leave 2. So opacity equals 0. All right, let's give that a go. I may have missed something, but we'll try it out. It looks like I missed something. Let's get rid of the scoped. That's probably what it's going to be. Let's see. Don't think it works well with scoped variables. Doesn't look like that's working either. All right. Because I do have some notes on this. Let's try it with SCSS. Ah, I know exactly what it is. I've spelled transition wrong. There we go. Syntax highlighting is your friend. Again, let's try it. That's better. So we've got a nice little fade going on here. Perfect. That looks really good. Really nice. It's less janky on the screen. On the eyes, it just kind of makes things pop a little bit. I don't know what's happened to my syntax highlighting here, though. There we go. Just a bit of a refresh helps that. All right. So the input window is a little bit small. It looks like a baby input. It's not very big. So let's we're gonna add a scope to this. Now I don't know if scope's gonna work. Have to refresh the page. That looks kind of nicer now. It's kind of bigger. We did do it large. Let's do large. It kind of makes sense, I guess. It is the major thing that we want. does look a bit chunky like that, but feel free to play around with it. Okay. So we got our transitioning, we got our big ass form, excuse my French, and it works quite nicely. It does feel a little too big. Let's maybe pop it down to bigs. That feels a little too small. All right, let's just do it large, shall we? We'll do the 2 as large, and we'll just make this a little bit extra bigger. There we go, that seems a bit better. Now we could text center this if you want. I don't really like text centering forms. That seems fine enough as it is. Maybe we should. Let's try it here. My bad. Move my thing over. Let's get it back up like that. That's probably why it messed around in size before. Sorry about that. Okay. Yep, so we got our form. That's fine. I think that's all right. I'm not too concerned about the style for this one. We just want it to look decent. Okay. So the next thing we want on our front end is we want to like give some indication of you know, payout and stuff. Let me just check the ordering. Yep. Okay. How long have we been recording for? An hour. That's pretty good. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to sort of list payout tables, and then we want to add our captcha. So we're going to do payouts tables first because it's quite an easy thing to do. But this is just a table to sort of show everybody how we paid out. So it's nothing too large. We've seen it all before. It's just to show everybody that, you know, who won what award, so they can sort of see it on their address. And we'll tie this up later on to the API. So it's going to be export default name equals payout table. And we're going to have some props here. Payouts, which is going to be of type array. Required is true. And the default is going to be just an empty array. Yeah. And we need to do the style again. What we did before, which is table, margin, left, auto, just to center it all. Now I did decide that I was going to do the background color dark on this, but I decided to go against that. Alright, so let's do div class sections, and we're going to add our header into here. And that's going to be a table, class table. Again, we're using our symbol, so we want to make sure we add this in. So let's do symbol, type string, and what we're going to do is add the transaction here. Now normally if you've got an Explorer, this is kind of nice to do that. We don't have an Explorer for Livecoin. I haven't made one. But normally you would add like an Explorer URL to view it. But we'll just add the transaction ID into this one. So we'll just do TXID. Let's be explicit. It's a bit nicer like that. Alright, so that's the transaction ID. And then we'll add the T body in here. And we'll set up with some dummy data when we run it. So TR v4 payouts and index in payouts. Key of index. So this just is which index it is. We could do it with the transaction ID. But index is fine. In fact, I do like payouts. TXID. If we've already got something that's useful and unique, why do something else? Alright, so again, we need to do some division. We can just divide by 1e8 here. And we'll set it to be a fixed, so it's always 8 across. We could always do some padding and stuff. We're not going to have an A, sorry, here, because we do not have the transaction ID, so we'll just do payout.txid. And that's it. That's all we need. So let's go ahead and add this in, and we'll create some dummy data for it. And then the next thing we'll look at is captcha and CoinHive in particular. And I'll go into CoinHive a little bit. I think I might need to set myself up an account on there. Okay. So we want to go into our app. Let's import the payout table from and let's just add that in here. So we got a couple of errors popping up. Just deal with these. I did have it so it was highlighting trading spaces, but seem to not have it anymore. Which is fine. Just need to figure out how to add that back. Okay. So let's go ahead and add this to our app. I want the symbol equals symbol. And we want payouts equals payouts. Just like we had it with the rewards, we don't actually have that. So we're just returning an empty array, but let's actually return some payouts here. And do the address equals my payout address, just so we can test what's going on. Amount was 10e8, and the TXID was ABCDEFG. Let's have a look. And there we go. We've got our previous payouts. We've got the amount we got paid out. We've got the address and the transaction ID. Looks good. I wonder if we should make this bordered or not. Probably. Because we may as well keep consistent with the style. So what we'll do is bordered here. Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to. If you don't want to, you can change it however you want. I recommend looking at the view documentation for that. Okay, So what next? So we've got everything in there, but we need to prevent people from abusing this. So next thing we have to do is use something called Coin Hive. Now, let me just get into there. So we need to basically add a captcha. Now, have this in here, flat one. Okay. So I'm just signing up for Coin Hive at the moment. I will show you how to do it, but I have to add some personal details, which is kind of annoying. And we have to add a proof of work into Coin Hive because that's their captcha and they're going to use it. So Coin Hive it allows you to do Monero mining in the browser. And if you don't know what Monero is, it's a type of cryptocurrency. Coin Hive, you know, there's a lot of potential with using cryptocurrencies instead of, you know, using. I've got my email. That up. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for using cryptocurrencies as a form of monetization for websites and stuff. I am logged in. Open this up on actual dashboard for you. Okay. Go. We just log in. There's my email address. Please don't spam me too much. Copy the password because I use LastPass, so I know what that is. Okay. All right, so you can see this verifying me. This is what we're going to add to our site. It is a proof of work captcha. All right, perfect. So you can see that we've got, this is the documentation for Coin Hive. This is the Coin Hive website. Let me just, you guys can see that. Yep, cool. So what we need to do is we want to add, we can go into documentation, integrate it onto our website. We basically want to generate a captcha. So this is what you want. If you have a look, it gives you documentation on how to implement it. They're kind of considering more, you know, they do have some React packages for it and stuff like that. But we want to use our. So what you want to do is you want to go to settings, enter the name of your site, live Coin Faucet. Okay, and that gives us the site keys. Okay, save site names. Now we're going to want to use these keys in some sort of configuration, and I'll show you how to get that set up now. But I wouldn't worry too much about my keys are private, but you want to keep these private yourself. So what we want to do is we just want to go into our production and environment, dev environment as well. And we just want to add the environment keys, and we'll do that with a, what's it called? Shortly, but basically go into your production environment. So go into build settings, sorry, not build settings, config, prod env, and basically this is where we can add our production. So we do const coin hive equals process.env, and this is basically allowing us, when we build it, work like this. We do recapture site key. We'll do a number of hashes as well, and I'll explain this as well, but I just want to add this in here for the moment. 6. So normally we would add our site key in privately, but for the moment we're just going to add what we saw on there. This is our site key, the public key. I'm just going to hard code it in. There we go. Now we want to export these as environment variables. There's also other things we want to export here as environment variables as well. So let's do that now. So we've got Coin Hive, recapture site key. Now do pay attention to how I'm writing this. It is quotes in quotes, and that's quite important because otherwise it won't work. Okay, let me just fix that typo. Not quaist, it's const even. Okay, const. We're also going to do a symbol here. For the moment, we're just going to do LEC and const minutes. We're going to equal 10. Now let's add these in here as well. And we'll make these extendable as well later on. I'll show you how to do that when we do configuration. Just do number minutes. Alright, so that's just us adding basically our configuration variables in there. We don't need to do anything else because in our dev environment because they actually merge in. Normally you probably wouldn't hard code your site key in there, but I have for this situation. But anyway, that's what we want to do. So this is, make sure you got that. Keep your private key private. Mine's not private, but it will be. And then let's go about and add this in. So we kind of got a little glimpse of how it works. Let's make a new component though for it. This captcha basically will also, it'll prevent people from abusing the system, but it'll also allow us to earn a bit of revenue back from our coin, which is always nice. Alright, so again, let's do the template. So let's add the class in. Now there is a bunch of documentation about this. Now we're doing the white label because we don't want it to expose. If you look at the Coinbase website, you'll see this. Alright, and that is basically all the template we want for it. Now what we do need to do is add in our index for this. So the script you can probably find on their site. Let's have a look. So it should be in documentation, captcha. Don't worry too much. There's this one, it's this script here. We want to add this script. Let's copy that. Back to our faucet. And in the script, we want to do it in our head, I think. So go to index.html. Underneath here, just add this in. We're also going to add defer to it as well, because we want to defer the loading. Alright, and then just reload npm dev. And that should load that script in as well for us. So next thing we want to do is add in the captcha. Now we're going to add a little couple of tweaks to this because to make this work nicely in Vue. First of all, we need to add our site key in there because we did say we got the site key. It doesn't exist, so let's add our script tags. Alright, so we want some computed variables in there. And this is what we set up earlier. hashes. I want to do okay, perfect. Now, the last thing we want to do is a mounted callback, and this is kind of confusing, I guess. It's just basically we want to add a captcha callback here, so it loads everything. So we add in a callback, and then window.set time out. So we just want to reload everything. This is kind of hacky. Don't worry too much about it. It's just the way to get this to work. So we reload it whenever we redo the page. And seeing though we're keeping everything nicely asynchronous, we may as well do this. Okay, and then finally we need a method for captcha callback. So methods. It's a lot of going on here. I would explain quite a lot, but if you know JavaScript, this should make sense, especially for you. But basically what we're doing here is we're hooking onto the window captcha callback, or we're setting a new window captcha callback to the element, and whenever we get a captcha callback, which is internal on CoinHive, or we are verifying, so we're calling our own thing, and we're omitting that we verify the token. We call the verify function, whatever, with the token. So that should be all we need. Let's go to our address form and add it in. So let's import coin captcha from captcha. Let's do this. Okay, yep, so that is something we definitely need to do. We need to add the async keyword into mounted. Perfect. We've got a couple of HTML errors here. HTML. Right, coin captcha was defined but never used. Very good. We go back to address form. Coin captcha, and let's expose it as a component. We'll just add components here. Okay, so we need to add this into our group. So we're going to add this basically above our button but below our we're going to add it above our button but below our field, and we need to add a new method for this called verify. So we basically assigned it, or it's basically going to call it on verify. We don't need to make this async because we're not going to do anything. It's just this .captcha result. Oops. And we don't need that. And the result should be, sorry. Okay, this .captcha equals result. So we just set our captcha, but we need to add this into the data because we're going to send this off to our API to validate it. Okay, and we may as well add this here. Which will reset. Perfect. Now we want to add some sort of check into this as well, because currently we shouldn't be able to submit if we don't have a check. So let's do if not this check data, and also this state So we only want to do on submit if we've got a, if our data is correct. We'll do some quick sanity checks. Let's just do that now. And also if our state is not loading. So we'll just return this.captcha and this.captcha.length is greater than 0. And we'll do the same. Just do an and here. This.address and this.address.length is greater than 0. So just do some quick sanity checks, make sure that we have an address and we have a length in the address. And if we don't, then we don't actually resolve. Okay, so let's have a look at our library, and you can see we've got our CoinHive mistake. Got our CoinHive proof of work here. It's kind of buggy on this browser, but let's see how it looks anyway. So click verify me. You can see it did 256 hashes very easily. Maybe we want to improve that, something like 500 or whatever, but 256 is fine. It does feel like it could be open to spam though, so let's bump that up just a little bit. It's in config prod. We'll do 512. I mean, this is going to be configurable anyway. It's nice to have it as a starting point. All right, let's try 512. And of course, all right, so that's slightly slower. Probably worth it. So basically what it's doing is generating 512 hashes. So it's a nice little miner. But if we click continue when it's done, I mean, we can click here, nothing happens. Okay, and nothing will happen there now. If we do that, something happens. Perfect. There we go, and it's reset everything, and we can re-verify. Okay, so that's basically our front end done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to commit this and push it up and tag it as end of session 1. So we use tags for this, but I'll push it onto GitHub. But that's basically the start of what we need to do for our UI. It's nice and clean, nice and simple, kind of explains what we have to do, and gives some indication of previous payouts. So thanks for watching. Next session we'll be tackling the backend, getting some API calls and linking this up. And adding in entries and things like that, and then the following session will be talking with coin and stuff. So yes, so thanks for watching. Hope that made sense. Kind of got through quite a lot of stuff here. Yeah, see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to session 3 of how to create a coin faucet in Node.Js. So today we're going to be looking at the API, or in this session at least, and yeah, that's basically what we're going to be doing. We're going to be building out the back end, making sure we handle requests for when people, post. Excuse me, my voice is a little bit raspy. Basically adding the routes in so that we can add entries, and also sort of handling stuff like payouts, and taking a look at creating our coin service as well, and looking at JSON RPC, and making coils to our daemons so we can get all that in. Then, yeah, this basically sets us up for the next session where we actually bind it all together and make everything work. And we'll be looking at our database models as well. And we're going to be using MongoDB for that, and the Mongoose wrapper. So without further ado, let's open up. So as you can see, we've got our package.json and our index.js. We are definitely going to want to install some packages, so let's get on it now. And we're going to install a bunch of them here. I recommend just following through. We want Koa, Koa body parser, Koa Morgan, Koa mounts for the front end, Koa response time, Koa static. I don't know if we need Koa static actually. We either want mount or static. Let me just double check. No, we do. We want both. So, do we need both? Yeah, we need Koa static server. Alright, yep. Koa static server. I don't know if we need Koa static though. Mongoose. Then, I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff we could have. We'll have random number here. Yeah, I think that should be fine. We'll also have request and request promise. Native, you'll see why we need those. Well, we'll leave them out for the moment. We'll do these ones at first, just so you know we're not overloading everything. We're not going to do any testing for this. We probably should normally, but let's commit this as well. Cool. There we go. Okay, so let's create a source directory. I like to work in one, just keeps things tidy. And the first thing we're going to want to do is create an app. So if you've seen how I work, again, this won't be any surprise. All right, so let's import Koa. Don't know if I need HTTP. So we're just basically going to require everything that we added in the previous session. Well, in the previous window. I don't think I added in Koa router, so let's just do that. I also didn't save this, so we're just going to npm save. I'm going to add in Koa router as well. Okay. So we've got app and API here. I'll try and explain this a little bit, but we're currently just going to use the API at the moment. That's what we're kind of building. This is also going to serve our front end though. So it's going to wrap everything up quite nicely. Really, you should be using something like Nginx to build your... what would that be using here? Let's get rid of them. You should be using something like Nginx to serve your front end, but for what we're doing now, we haven't got any middleware yet. Okay, API.use. So this, we're just going to add a quick function into our code so that we can basically set everything to be type of JSON. And then we're just going to mount the API to API. Alright, so that kind of just sets up our configuration. We're going to do API.proxy equals true as well, just so that we are proxying to the API. So we're basically mounting API under the API command. This is kind of a neat little trick. Just going to log that out. So we're just going to listen on 3000. And that should be it. Let's do console.log server app running on port 3000. Let's see if this works. At a start, so let's go ahead and do that. Apologies. And in our index.js, let's just go const app equals require source app app.start. Let's just do that. Perfect. And there we go, so our app is running. Great. So next thing we want to do is we need a database. So let's get a database set up. Let's add an index file to it. We don't have a configuration. We also want to add configuration in here as well. Tend to do that. I tend to do that normally at the beginning, but I haven't this round. Okay. So again, if you've seen any of my other code, you'll kind of know what this is. Okay, we're just getting the config.json here. And what we do is basically, the config.json is used to store any defaults. So we want to get our environment variables first, and then we'll just get config.env key. Okay, let's go to our config.json. And there's a bunch of stuff we want to add in here. So the environment variables, we're going to want a Mongo database name. This is for our database stuff. We'll just call it Faucet, or let's call it LVC Faucet for the moment, just in case you want to do anything else. And the Mongo URL, we're just going to have it localhost 27017. So port colon. Okay. Now there's some other stuff we are going to want in here, but for the moment this will do. Okay. So back to our database, we've got our configuration here, and we're going to just add promise support to Mongoose because we like promises. I'm surprised this still isn't automated. All right, so let's get our Mongo URL that we just set in our config, and we'll get the database name as well. Should really get better at typing stuff like that. Alright, so we want to add a method to connect. We'll just add a handler in here. So we get the connection, then on error we'll just reject, and on open we'll resolve. And then let's add a close function as well. Okay, perfect. So that's basically a little bit of boilerplate to get the what's it called working? The database. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, sorry about that. So we got our database. Let's go back to our app. Import it. .database. /, sorry. And then we want to do it here. We want to await app database .connect. I believe is the correct thing. Let's have a look. For some reason everything's just going a little bit slow. Not too sure why. But connect is the right call. Alright, so yeah, so await database.connect. I'm just going to make sure that forwarding is working fine. Yeah, it looks like it is. Perfect. Okay. So what's next for us? So the next thing we want to look at is getting some database models, I believe. Yep, let's do that. Models and routes. So let's create a new folder called API. And here we're going to add entries. And we're also going to add a table for, or an API route for payouts. So what are entries? Entries are what happens when you enter. You could call it like participants or something like that, but entries just make sense. So we're going to add in our boilerplate for this, which is a model, controller, and the routes. And we're going to just do the same here. Yes, I could automate all of this. I probably should automate it because I do spend a lot of time doing this sort of stuff. All right, so we got our routes. We're gonna need to add the routing outside of here though as well. So we're just gonna add routing as a little component. Do this. Okay, so let's add stuff to our routing. We're gonna do the router equal. Oops, sorry. We're using Koa router for this, so let's just import it. And we're going to have routes for our entries, which we've already defined, and we may as well just copy this and do it again for payouts. Alright, so the routes equal. And these are basically the path prefix, so you've got like /API/ something here. We've already got the API set up, so we're going to have entries for our entries routes. Good if I typed it out correctly. And here we want payouts for our payouts routes. Those are basically the two routes we want, so let's create a router. And again, this is just some notes I've got. Basically, we're just going to go through each of the routes and reduce it down into a single object. So we get the routes by the key. We then pass in a router and get that back, which is what R is. And then we're just going to use router.use, and we'll use the key and get the routes from there. It's probably a more clean way to do this, but this works for the moment. All right, and now what we need to do is we need to add this into our app as well. And we'll also add some middleware to handle errors. Alright, so we've got the router. The API, not the app, sorry, the API needs to use that. We need to use it after this middleware. And we need to add some error handling as well. So let's go ahead and do this. Create a new folder called middleware. And we'll just create an index file here. We don't need it to be too much. Module.export equals async function. Context and next. Try. Await. Next. So basically, if we throw an error, we're just going to respond to the request with either the status if it's been preset, or 500. We'll add the error message in there. There we go. And we'll just emit it out. So that's just some error handling that we got. We want to make sure that we call this before we call our routes. So we'll do api.use middleware. Or we'll just call it error middleware, I guess. Oops. And what we're going to do instead is we're just going to create a node here called error. I'm going to move that down into there, sorry. Just because this is, you know, just in case we want to do any other error or middleware in there, it's good to kind of keep it all in one place. And let's okay, so we've got our error middleware, and now we just need to add the boilerplates for our routes so that everything can run nicely. And we're not going to have anything in here initially, but we'll just do export routes equals function router. So that's the router that we passed in, and we're just going to return the router. That's it. I'm just going to yank these two lines and pop it in here as well. Perfect. Alright, now I don't have NodeMon, but I'm going to install it. NodeMon is a really useful tool. It's a bit like live reloading, but for APIs and stuff. Let's try it. Cool. App crashed. Fine. That is fine by me. And the reason it crashed is because we have to go ... Yep. It's fine as well. So it live reloads, which is really handy. We can just double check that everything is correct, which it's not in this case because I'm treating it like an array. Okay, so const r equals root.roots. That's correct. We renamed that wrong. Just the problem with copy and paste sometimes. Okay, so the current URL string parser is deprecated, and we moved in a future version to need the new parser pass option. Use a new URL parser true. So let's add this in. I'd rather, you know, not have deprecation warnings. Currently, it's better to get rid of deprecation warnings, like if you're starting a project from fresh, because you don't really, you know, there's no need to sort of manage that. Okay, cool. So interesting. Do we connect? Yeah, I don't see the output, that's the thing, but I don't see any error either. So it looks like we're not connecting, which is fine. What is something to do with this? So, I mean, one of the issues here is we've probably got a version of Mongoose which is not compatible with the notes that I've got. So let's just knock this down to 5.1.1. And we're just going to npm I it. Alright, let's rm rf mongoose. And we're just going to remove that. Alright, so remove mongoose. We'll just do npm I. Yeah, interesting. We are getting stuck. Let's try again. And no more. Alright, so we are getting stuck for some reason, which is fine. It does happen. Let's just check that mongoose is running. Oh, sorry, Mongo. Yep. But we don't seem to be connecting for some reason. We're no longer getting the deprecation warning, but there we go, we are timing out. Okay, connection to a local host 2717 timed out. 7017. Okay, so we're just going to change our config here. I think we should change it to 127.0.0.1. There we go. So it's just because I've got my host names set up incorrectly. What that probably means is we can go back to using the latest Mongo. Can't remember what it was, so let's just RM everything again. Get out of this. It was 5.2.1. Okay. Alright, so let's fix this up. I need to fix up my host names. For some reason I don't know why they don't have localhost. I mean, it seems like it's fine. I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason it's not parsing localhost correctly, which is fine. It's probably better to do 127.0.0.1 anyway. Okay. So let's fix this. Add this use a new URL parser. True. And let's get rid of that double log. Perfect. Okay, so we're connected to the database. We've got our middleware set up. We've got our roots kind of set up. And let's get on with our models. So the first model we want is the entries. So let's go ahead and create the model here. Probably not even worth doing that. So we need the address, which is a type of string required. And it's unique, I think. We only want one address being added, and we'll also just add the IP. We don't really need it, but it might provide some interesting logging, and let's do timestamps as well. Add the timestamps in, and then an entry, we just got to model it. Entry schema, and we'll just export it out. Easy, very simple database schema. Nothing too much going on here. The address is the address of the entry. The IP, we're just going to store that for our own records. And that's basically it. All right, now let's add the payout record. This one's just mainly more for management of the database. So let's do mongoose equals require mongoose again. More boilerplate. I mean, it is nice when a language does turn into boilerplate. You know it's pretty good for getting what you want done, but it does become tedious at times. All right, so the payout, we need the amount, we need the address we paid out to. Now we could use the entry, but we're going to clear the entries after each time we run. We could keep a database of them all growing, but there's really no need. We may as well just wipe the database. It's going to be quite simple. Normally, if you did want to keep all the data, what you would do is you would segment it into like groups, and you'd index not just based on unique, but unique based on groups. All right, so we get the transaction ID, and we also want the IP as well. Add it into timestamps. Okay, so we'll get the payout equals mongoose.model payout schema. All right. So we've got our two models. Let's take a look at the controller. So we need a method for creating our entries, and that's basically it. We just need to create them. And we probably want some methods to clear and just to get them all as well. So let's do const entry. Let's require that. And now there is something else we do want to add in here, but I'll talk about that in a bit. We need to validate the addresses that are coming in. But initially, we're just doing an async function here of address and IP. These are the two parameters we want. Entry equals await entry create. Address and it being IP. There we go. And we want to clear it, so we'll have another function here. And we just remove them all. So, I mean, we could really just so if we really wanted to, we could just do this. This one we definitely no, we can't really do that actually. We have to have an empty parameters in here. As much as I would like to just do that, it's easier just to do this. And yes, it does seem like it's a bit monotonous. And it probably is. But it just wraps things up nicely, because we don't really want to be passing parameters in at all. And if we just add a layer of abstraction over the top of it, it makes things just slightly cleaner. Alright, so that gives us all the entries. This removes all the entries, and this creates one. Now we want to add some sort of validation into this. It's quite important that we do so, because we don't want to be sending coins to wrong addresses. One, the daemon will reject them and it will lock up all of our sends. And two, it's just good practice to do some validation. So we're just going to write that logic in now. Or maybe I should wait. Okay, we'll wait on the validation until we've got everything else in place. All right, so let's get onto the roots now. So let's install the controller. Alright, so the only route we really need is a post, so let's create, just async function, we get the context in. And so what we could do is we could actually just build it within the roots, or we could just set the roots and controllers the same sort of thing. I like to keep it separated though, just because you want your implementation to be independent of each other, because let's say you want to move to MySQL or Postgres. You kind of don't want to have to change like your root code. Your root code is still valid technically, and your controller code just needs to re-implement with a different model. Alright, so here we've got to validate the reCAPTCHA. We'll go into that in a minute. We don't have any reCAPTCHA. It's just capture as well, it's not reCAPTCHA. And we'll get the IP. We don't need to store the captcha token, but let's just do this, that's fine. Doesn't matter too much, we're just going to serve a success regardless. If the user puts in something wrong, that's their own issue, and let's do router.post, because this.create. Perfect. Okay, so we need to validate the captcha. That is important. So let's create a module here called captcha. Let's make sure it's a folder as well. Okay, so captcha, again, this is all in the documentation for CoinHive, but I'm just going to skip through that for time and just show you how to do it. So const config require configuration. So we need to add these in as well. If you remember from the last session, we set that up. And we're just setting environment variables here as well. And we just want to get the request class so we can make this request. Let's just set up some defaults for that as well in our config. I'm just going to yank these two and just do it quickly. And let's just add some commas. Alright, now we've got 512 for this. I am just going to go add these in. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Written down somewhere. Okay. I will talk about how you shouldn't really add these in. Definitely shouldn't commit them with the secret keys and stuff added. It's not good practice. But for the meantime, well, actually, no, we won't. Yeah, it's not good practice to do that. You're okay with the site key, but not the secret key. So I'm not going to do it because I don't want to enforce bad practices, even at the sake of losing a bit of time. All right, so we go back to our captcha class. We got everything in here, so let's just export. And it was validate was the thing, so we want to validate a token. Very important. So this is the URL we want to validate with. We could add this as a config as well, but I'm not going to. Don't know why that's happening, but never mind. Yeah, I don't think we actually need the site key, believe it or not, so we can remove that. And we'll just call this secret, just to make it a little bit easier. Let's leave it like that. So the result is we're going to parse. Okay, so we're making a request here. We're using a request promise native. That's just a native promise wrapped around request. We're posting to the URL. We're posting as a form the body, which is what they recommend you do. We're parsing that as well. So if the result.success is not equal to true, throw new error. Did not validate captcha. Alright, so if it's not a success, then we're just going to throw an error and stop right there. So this is going to be in our control and create. We'll do it in the roots as well, because we don't need to pass the captcha down to the controller. So const captcha equals require. That's all we have to do for the captcha. So you can see we've got captcha validate. We probably need to go up a couple actually. Let's do that. And we also need to install request promise native. So I'm just doing this at the bottom window. Let me just play that. There we go. npmi request promise native. Let's save that. And we also need to import request as well because of that. And there we go. So that's running. So we're creating our entries and we are validating our reCAPTCHA. So that's basically the entries done, which is very nice. I did want to talk about doing validation. So let's have a look at that now. So we need to validate our addresses. Now this is kind of important. Now, the code, I recommend you just take it from GitHub. There are some things you definitely need to change in these addresses. For one, I'm just going to copy them from a directory and we'll go over them. So let me just have a little look. Actually, I'm going to copy them from GitHub. All right, so let's, we need basically address validation. And there's two files we're going to add in here. base58.js and index.js. Base58, this is just some code to do base58. That in there. We're only decoding these addresses, so it's no big deal. So we're just taking that. This is taken from the actual Bitcoin JS library. And then we need to add in our address types. So first of all, we want to do this. Now, we can find these out based on what we've got. You see, not my coding style. It's very different. Okay, now we need to add in different address types. Basically, our address type is going to be production, not testnet. But we need to obtain that somehow. So I'm going to show us how to obtain it. Let's go create a new window. Let's go up and up. We go into Livecoin. Now, what you want to look is in your coin. I'm going to open them all up, but you want to go down to the Genesis block. So in chain params. And you'll see it here under the prefixes. So the first one, we need to basically set the address types of these prefixes. I'm going to double check something. Because I didn't write my prefixes down correctly, but make sure we know exactly which ones we want. And of course, it's not in hex, so decimal hex. Sorry about this, I should have had this prepared. Okay, so the first one we want is this one. And so in my case, it's 48. So you want to get the hex value for this, which is 30. Okay, and let's go over to this. 30. I'm losing my voice. So address types. Yeah, let's do this up here. I would do this as a const, personally. Alright, so the address type, so prod, it was 30 in my case. And testnet is the same as everything, but you don't really need to do that. And then you want to ps2 pay to secret hash script. Prod is, so this value is slightly different. Let me just get it up. I think it's the script address you want for this one. Yes. So you want the script address, which is this value here. So in our case, it's 80. So 80 into hexadecimal is 50. Very odd. Okay, so 50 here. And the testnet one, you can leave it as standard, which is C4. Okay, so that basically, this quick bit of code here, and I recommend just take it from the site, but change these values that you need. We could make them under configuration, but it's not a bad idea actually. But we'll leave that as an exercise for the. I'll leave that as an exercise for the viewer. But yeah, it's probably a good idea to add in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Coin. What the name of that value is? Okay, coin. Pub key prefix. And ours was what, 30? And then we want to do coin secret or script prefix. Ours is 50. So that's fine, we'll do that. And that relates to these values here, these two. Alright. So it's in index.js, let's just const configuration equals required ... configuration. Do config rather than that. And we can do config.get. Coin pub key prefix. And here we'll do config.get coin script prefix. Okay, great stuff. So that's just an easy way of doing it. It's now in our configuration, and we just want to make sure we address it. So let's do const address equals require. So we need to require int. Let's do that. My bad. There we go, perfect. Okay, so we just have to add that package because base 58 required it. Now that it's added, that's fine. Okay, so we just want to do a address if not address validate address return. We probably just actually want to throw an error. Let's throw new error, invalid address. That'll do. We could probably set the state to like 401 or whatever, but I'll leave that as an exercise. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to add the payout. The payouts controller. Oh, we need to add the model first, I think. Right, so const mongoose require mongoose. Oh, I thought we already did this. That's the interesting thing. Oh, we probably did. Yeah, we did. We just put it in the wrong place. Right. For some reason, terminal was running very slow, so I'm not too sure what's going to happen. I probably need to restart it. Let's just copy that there. And we'll paste that there. There we go. No harm, no foul. Alright, so we've got the model done. Let's add the controller instance. We just want to create a payout for... Let's do it. So the reality is we probably just do it like this here. And this one we do want to make it a little bit unique. Just going to make it the limit, so that's just going to return basically a number of payouts based on what limit we pass in. And we just want to get rid of the IP address from that. We don't want people seeing that if they access it. And we'll just minus by created that. Easy peasy. Okay, so let's just basically quick query to find it, find all of the payouts, limit them by a certain amount, select and, well, deselect the IP from the results and sort by the time they were created at in descending order. Okay, so now we just want to add some roots to it. Let's make a new function here. So we'll set a base limit here. And we'll just set the payouts here. So base limit will be 20 unless we add a limit in there in one of the parameters. Then we're just going to read the limits that we got. And edit. So next thing we want to do is we just want to get, so this dot be payouts. That's it. We've got the root added in. Everything's looking good. So what's next for us? Let me just check the length of this video. Alright, so it's already been an hour. That's good. We made some good time on this one. So we got our routing, we got our middleware. Haven't got that in there yet. But the next thing we want to do is we want to do our coin service stuff. So I'm going to try and give a little bit of an introduction about this. I think actually we should probably create the faucet. Let's create the faucet. So this is the actual, like, I guess this is the core faucet code. The rest of it is, let's move that out of there. The rest of it is kind of like the template and the structure to get started. So this is the faucet code. Let's give a go with that. Okay. So in our faucet, let's have a look. We've got index.js. We've got const schedule equals require. We haven't got the scheduler yet. We won't do that. Okay, so we basically want the entries controller that we just created. And we want the same for payouts. Now we want to get the faucet configuration from our configuration file. And this is basically what our prizes are going to be. We want to kind of make this shared, but initially this will have to do. So what we're going to do is just do faucet. So this is our prize, so the min prize, or this is the role. So let's do role here. And the minimum roll is going to be 0. And the maximum roll, which is going to be the same as the magnitude, we'll do 1e6. Let's do that for the moment. Can't do 1e6 in config.json, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I really like scientific notation. Okay, and then we need the rewards config.json. So I think what we're actually going to do is we're going to move this out of here. We're actually going to go up a dir. We're going to put it in here, faucet.json. So let's get rid of that. We'll leave that out of the configuration, and here we're just going to do it in here. So roll, and the min is 0, the max is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and now this is the reward structure. So this is going to be shared across both apps. We will write it down, but we're just going to do it as it was before, which was 1, I believe. No, it was 10, so it was 1/10. This is kind of a bit confusing because you've got the min-max roll. I wonder if we could add it in. So it's not as confusing for us, but I don't know, we'll just do it as a 10th of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And prize here was 1 or 10. The reward should be an array of objects, not just an object. My mistake. Let's do this here. And again, the chance should change. The chance here is 90000. And the prize is 10. The prize here is 1. But again, we have to multiply this by E9. E8. So I do wish you could add these in, but I'm not sure if you can. I don't think you can do that. So we could just add this as a standard JS file. Might be a little strange. Let's just do it like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's annoying, but it's the way we can do it. Okay. So we got our prize there, our prize fund set up. That's currently reflecting. We will get our API, or our web to actually pull from this file as well, and I'll probably look at seeing how we can make it a little bit more readable for us users, because it's not readable in that current state. But that's something just to consider anyway. So let's go into our faucet code here, and we can do the const config or const So this is slightly different from our normal configuration, but I think we can just config because we don't need our standard configuration file yet. And we just do require ..dash config. Oh, ..dash. I think that's right. It might be wrong. Nope, that's cool. That's correct. Alright, so class. We'll make a class for this one. We'll pass in minutes. We probably shouldn't even pass in minutes here. We'll just do minutes. 10. So we can just get that from our configuration. We don't need to pass that in. So we get in our what minutes. We'll create a, we need a coin service, but I'll explain that in a bit. That's fine. Okay. So async start. Now we need to add a cron task to manage this internally. But again, we'll discuss that at a later time. So we'll just have a run faucet. So what we want to do is we want to get all of the entries. This is our basic sort of code. It's basically the basic algorithm. And then we just clear them all. And if entries.length equals 0, we don't bother doing anything because we don't need to. Alright, so this is where we need a random number generator. And we can do the min of config.min. Roll to const roll equals and we want it to be an integer, so we'll do integer true. We don't care about float. So we're just going to map through our entries and we'll just generate a value for them. So we need to basically get rm, so const rn equals require random number. This is just a pseudo random number generator. And then we're just going to append some stuff to our entry, such as the amount and the reward. Now, what is gen? Gen is what we defined here as our random number generator function. So we just basically generate a random number each time. We assign a reward for that, so we need to add a method for that. So let's do this. Okay, so reward. For value, this basically goes through and gets our reward. And let's do that. The reward for the value is const rewards equals config rewards. So we get the rewards from the config. And then we do return rewards.reduce. So we'll just loop through these rewards that we've got. And basically this is just looking at where our value that we rolled sits in. So if the value is less than the max, which is the current, I guess, segment, and it's less than the min, then the res.prize equals reward.prize. So we just set the prize to be the same. Res.previous equals max, and we return the result. And then we initially need to set this up so previous is 0 and prize fund is 0.prize. So this basically loops through, checks to see if the value sits between two ranges of min and max. If it sits between those two ranges, it sets the prize and then bumps up the range or the min of the next. So it's just a simple algorithm to do this. Okay, so we get the reward for each of these values. The next thing we want to do is we want to basically return them into prizes. So we want to reduce this into a single object of address prize. And I'll show you why we want to do that in a bit. We don't want to log this out. Res e.address equals e.amount divided by 1e8, as we know. And we want to just return the result. Now, we need a way of sending this, but we haven't got a way to do that at the moment, so we'll just create payouts for it and store them in the database. Alright, let's create a function for create payouts. And we want entries and txid. Now, we don't have transaction ID yet, but we'll just do const txid equals that. We'll just make a transaction for it. We'll get one back from the coin service when we set it up. Okay, so create payouts. We'll just do const create equals entries dot map entry. So this is kind of boring. Just have to add everything in. But we just want to make sure that we've got everything stored here. Entry.roll. Okay. It's standardized, I think. Perfect. And that's it. So we just basically go through, we map through all of the entries and we create a payout for each one of them. And then we'll just do module.export equals Coin Faucet. We just export a faucet. And we need to basically start this. And also, we probably want to add something in for a balance check, but we'll talk about that in the next session. So, okay, so how do we start this? Well, so one thing we are missing is the coin service. So this is a way of interacting with our coin daemon so we can actually create some you have to give me a second. So we need a way of talking with our coin service in order to send the transactions and things like that. So that's the main thing we want to do, is we want to do the transactions. So first of all, let's just put in a pseudo object here. We'll just say const coin service equals require coin service, and this dot coin service equals coin service. We don't have anything yet, so it's not going to work, but that's fine. And then this, we just want to add a pseudo method here of await this dot service dot send to many, and we'll send the prizes. And let's rename, we can call it coin service, I guess. Okay, so let's create our coin service class. And the coin service, let's do it lowercase. Alright, so we need an index in here, but we also need something else. And that is an RPC method. So we'll do RPC, and we'll have an index.js for RPC as well. Now the RPC is what we're going to work on first. And basically, we're going to use a library called JSON. Now I know we didn't actually install some stuff, so let's do this now. Okay, so we installed JSON, and we want to do JSON promise as well. JSON/promise. Although I think, actually, yeah, we don't need that. We just need JSON. Yeah, fine. Okay, so we do const JSON equals require JSON promise, and we want to import the promise version, not the standard version. We'll do const URL equals require URL. Okay, so let's also do npm I URL. So we just added URL in as well. Okay, so class RPC, and we want a structure here. Now, the way that RPC works, if you've ever seen it before, let's give it a go actually while we're here. CD source. Sorry about this. Alright, so this is just going to quickly create something in my home directory, but you can see what we're going to create from it. So I go to the home directory, vim.livecoin. Okay, so we got livecoin in there. Let's just do touch.livecoin, livecoin.conf. So there's three things we want. We need the RPC user equals user. Let's just do that. RPC password equals hello world. You want to make sure you set something a little bit more secure than this. And you can do RPC port. Now I can't remember what port I set on Livecoin. Let me just find out. Okay, so I can't search it because it's a port repository, which is kind of annoying. But I think it's an RPC server. Just have yeah, where I said it. That's kind of funny. For some reason I got the idea of 9123 in my head, but I don't think that is correct. Bitcoin RPC port. Let's have a look and see where it is. Let me just quickly jump out. I think it's in chain params base then, I guess. Yeah, chain params base 35. So let's go back to Livecoin and have a look in there. So that's where it is if you get lost. Sorry, I should have had that written down. It's been a long stream. Alright, 35. RPC port is the same, so 8332, so you can just leave that like that. It's probably should have changed that, but never mind. Okay, so you just want these set up. Let's go back to where we were. The LD library path. Don't worry about the LD library path thing. That's because I'm using a much newer version of Arch. Well, I'm using a new version of Linux, and it doesn't have that. So that seems like it's fine. Let me just give that another go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Seems to work, so that is okay. So we know that those are our details, so let's go back to that. Alright, so this is what basically our URL and everything's going to be. Okay, so we need to create an RPC class. So port, user password. The URL is going to just be localhost in this case, but let's just set them anyway. So we need to create the authentication, which is you want to create a buffer for this, and you want a base 64 encode it. So add the user in, colon, password, toString, and a base 64 string. And that's basically how you authenticate. So it's quite insecure. And just use basic authorization, basically. Ignore the part thing I've got on there. There's probably something we're meant to do about that. Just make it a bit better, but this is fine for the moment. Okay, let's export that. That's all we basically need here. Let's Okay, so that's the RPC class, and that's basically the method we're going to be using to communicate. This is just kind of a nice little wrapper around what we want to do, and the coin service will be holding that. So RPC is the way you're going to communicate. You're going to get JSON responses back from that. Okay, so let's get the configuration up and running again. Let's import our RPC class, and let's just get a bunch of details we want. Okay, so we need to update our config as well for all of this. Let's do that now. All right, so we've got those added in, all the configuration details. Let's create a class. So class coin service, and let's just export it here. All right, and we want the constructor. And this is just going to create a new RPC client. Our URL, port, user, and password. All right, so if you remember, we created that, we used the initial function of send to many. We will be reusing that. Now, I will explain what send to many does basically, but let's say we've got the ledger of what we passed in. If you remember it as under Faucet, we had here we go, we had coin service sent to many prizes, so that was the prizes, and the prizes were basically an object of address to amount. Sorry, my brain's getting a little bit fatigued. Okay, so how do we send this now to our coin daemon? It's actually very simple. If we have a look, if I go back and run it, so some of the stuff you can do, let me exit this as well. Okay, LD library path. Okay, so we're running the coin daemon. In fact, let's run it on this one so we can see everything. Okay, so the coin daemon is running. If we do LD library path, if we call help, we get basically all the different methods that we want. And what we want is we're just going to look for it, send to many. Looks like send to many doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so let's have a look and see what we do want instead is, so there's a couple we do want. One is send raw transaction. I don't really love send raw transaction. It's kind of not the best thing to do. Okay, so we don't send too many, we want send many. So this is the one we want, send many from account, then address amount, any conf, comment, blah, 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 blah. Let's just do help send many, and it will give us more information about that RPC command. So we want to send multiple times. Basically, this is what we want to do. It will only charge us one fee based on the size of this transaction. So we're not sending multiple transactions, we're sending one transaction to multiple people. So that's kind of the one we want to use. You can sort of see some of the examples that it gives down here. So let's build it into our RPC client. Okay, so we just want to make sure that the keys of the ledger length are greater than 0. If they are 0, we just return. Okay, so then we just return this .client.request, and this is very simple to build upon. Send many ledger. So we send from just whatever account we've got. I just don't want to double check that because, yeah, they've still got a count in there. Well, Bitcoin had deprecated accounts though, but looks not like it. And do double check this before you run it live. But there we go. So, okay, return this .client request send many. Then return the result, and that's it. That is all we need to do to create a transaction to many people, which is fantastic when you're running it with a daemon beside you. So that's our coin service with RPC working very nicely. And so the last thing we want to do is, and I think we're not going to do that this session, but we want to add a cron task to this, so this runs every X number of minutes. That is going to be in our next video. Excuse me. Okay, so finally, let's just make sure everything is working. We're going to import the faucet into our app. Okay, so we do have some issues. So we need to install random number. Let's add that in. We don't have JSON promise for some reason, so I need to find out why. I think it's because it's JSON hyphen promise, maybe. At the same time, I don't believe that is correct. So let's have a look. I have to restart my computer as well. It's running very slow for some reason. I think this is JSON-/promise. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's all we needed to do. So we were including it, and then we did add that start function, but it doesn't actually do anything. But let's just do it here. Await faucet.start. Perfect. So we're starting the 3 things up and running, and they're running nicely. So we've got the API up and going. We will test it all out and make sure, link it all together and make sure that everything is working correctly. But this was mainly a big chunk of code, load of boilerplate. I'm going to commit this now. I'll make sure it's pushed as well. Get. Oh, we definitely want to add a npm. Well, we want to. Yeah, I've added a load of node modules, so I'll add a get ignore to that. But for the moment, that's all we've got time for in this session. I hope that kind of made sense. I'll commit this up and get that pushed up for you guys so you can take a look. It'll be the second commit on there. But yeah, that's basically, we've got the backend API up and running. The next session, what we're going to do is we're going to just make sure that everything's sort of linked together. We're going to add a cron task that goes through and does all this and sends out payments every 10 minutes and, resets the program. And we'll also add some nice little features such as email notifications for when we're running out of coins and we need to top up and stuff like that. So thanks for watching. I'll catch you next time. Hello everyone, so welcome to session 4 of how to create a coin faucet in Node.Js. Today we're going to be looking at the configuration. We kind of touched on this quite a lot in the last session, but we're going to go through a little bit more, and we're also going to tie everything together. So we're going to tie our web with our API and things like that. So hopefully this is going to get us in a good stage. We'll probably have a little test on MongoDB, make sure all of our all of our entries are getting written to the database and things like that. So I've already got it set up. Let's go to our web tab here and we'll load up the web project. So I'm just getting up my notes. Sorry about that, I should have had that up already. Okay, so what do we need to interact with the API? So let's open up a new folder here called API. And similar to our structure that we got on our, let me move that to entries. Similar to the structure we've got on our API backend, we'll follow that sort of structure here. So we've got entries and payouts. So we definitely want the calls that we've made public routes for to be within there. So we could just put some index.js files. Let's have a look, shall we? So we've got basically read to get all the list of payouts that we want to populate our table with, and we've got a post on entries to create our entries. So let's start there. That's a good one because that is basically how we're going to get everything across. So we're going to use a module called Axios, if you've ever heard of it before. Let's install this as well while we're here. Now, I think I also tend to use View Axios. Yes, I do. We also use local storage, apparently, but I don't think we do it. But we get a couple of programs. So anyway, let's install the ones we're going to use to make requests. So that's View Axios and Axios. And make sure to save them. Alright, so we've got the two Axioses in. Let's, I'm not even sure if we need View Axios, but it doesn't hurt to have it, I guess. If we don't use it, we can tidy it up. So there we go, that's it. That's basically all we want to do for creating. We may as well do our payouts table here whilst we're doing it. So import Axios from Axios, following the same route. Oops. Export default. And this one's going to be read, so we're going to read. Wait. Now this one's going to be slightly different. So we need a limit in this one as well. If you remember, we'll give it a default value as well, and we'll just do that. So if we don't post anything in, it doesn't matter too much. So we had a limit. That's the limit number of entries we wanted to get back, or number of payouts we wanted to get back. So we need to now do this. So we can do await axios.get/API/payouts. You'll notice also that we're binding the path to /API. I'll explain how we do that on a test environment in a second. Alright, so we just want to return that, and that is it. That's all we need to do. So if you're not used to promises, this may look a little bit confusing, but what we're doing is we're awaiting this promising. We're returning the result of it. We go through the promise, but then we add the then to go into that result that we get, which is just a response, but we just only want to return the data. That's what this does. So that's all we need. We need to now make sure it's bound properly. I don't believe we need to use Axios, so we can probably uninstall it actually. Let's do npm uninstall view Axios. Let's see how this works. I'm not convinced we need it. Okay. So there's another thing we want to do. We want to give some sort of indication that a request is occurring. Now we do have that technically with the clicky thing. The spinner on the button, sorry, to be more specific. Let's just import Axios from here again. What we're going to do is we're going to do something called interceptors. Now interceptors are kind of cool. Axios.interceptors.request.use function config. Ooh, a bit of a mouthful. And we're going to use something called mProgress, so I recommend you check it out. It's if you've ever been on YouTube and you see like that red line that goes across the top whenever you make a request, because YouTube is a single-page web app now, believe it or not. That's basically all it does. It uses, this is what the mProgress is, so we need to make sure that we install it, but we also want to reject if we do get an error. What's interesting is I don't know why we could just pass in the actual reject. I'll promise to reject, but that's fine for this. Okay, so let's npm install mProgress as well. It's not capitals, sorry. That's just what we need to do this. Alright, so this is bound, well these are the two API calls that we need. Now we need to add them into our components that we wanted. So the first one that is probably going to be most useful is in our address form. So in our address form, we should submit that where we actually made, see we did a little timeout thing here of the make API request. So we can just remove this and add it in. So, first of all, let's import it. There we go, that's all we need to do. And then let's make the request. So, we want to add a try here, because if it fails, we don't really care too much. We'll just log out the error. And then we'll just do await entries .create. So if it fails because they've added a wrong address in or anything like that, we're not going to handle that error. Okay, we need to do the captcha as well. Yeah, we're not going to handle that error. We're just going to leave it, because reality is we don't need to handle it. It's not very mission critical if somebody can't submit. If nobody can submit, then it is an issue. And we should have some sort of logging in the back end to determine that. And that's what you'll check, and it will notify you if something's going wrong there. Okay, cool. So we are creating our entries, and everything looks like it's fine. We're resetting everything and resolving. Good job. Okay. The next thing we want to do is we want to add to our payouts table. Now, I think the best place to do this would be in the actual main app because we want to do it when we load. So let's add a mounted. You see we've already got the data for it there, so in mounted we'll do this. We're going to add an interval basically, and we'll do it with our promise-based interval. No, interval is slightly different actually. Interval should be happening all the time, so we'll leave it. We'll just do this dot reload payouts. We're not going to do a set timeout, we'll just do set interval. Okay. And we'll just call it once at the beginning, and then we'll add the method for it. Methods even. So we can get rid of this, because we don't need that anymore. And that should return our payouts to us. Now the only thing I am concerned about is maybe we haven't got the transaction properly done in our API. We kind of blasted through it yesterday and that was something new I'd added. I'm be sure of that. Okay, yeah, no, we do. Good. Okay, so that's basically the requests handled. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. I can't see anything. I guess we could fire it up for a spin and see what happens. Okay, let's do it. So npm run dev. I'll just switch this over to be web as well. All right, so we've got an issue because we didn't add that in. That's good. We didn't add async to our. Oh, okay, so we don't need to add a wait here, that's always just redundant. That's fine. Okay, so let me just put it onto web as well. Hopefully you can see that properly. Let me just reload it because fast did that. Alright, now let's fire up our API and see if we get anything loaded. So we need an LVC address, that's the issue. Let's get one here actually. Okay. So we need to use a valid address for this. For some reason it ends with Z. It's annoying. Okay, let's do something else then. But it's probably because I haven't got a xclip or whatever. Do that. So how do I look? So the problem is because I haven't got a display because I'm running in a sh. So somehow I need to copy this, but it's not going to work, I don't think, because the way that I'm nested. So let's just type it out. It's going to be tedious, but it's better than me faffing around with this. ZEPNSPEYTMX. I'll try and fix that for other videos because copy and paste tends to be pretty useful. Okay, so that should be fine. We'll see what happens here in the MongoDB instance. Let's do Mongo show DBs, use LVC faucet. Alright, so let's have a look. What happened here? Get an error. Did it work? Nothing happened. .404 not found. Okay, I know what this is. So what we've forgotten to do here, or what I've forgotten to do, is change the path that we want to access on API. So API technically does not exist. So let's have a look at that again. I also didn't copy the annoying. I'll try and figure out how to get that address back. I guess I'll have to just type it again. Good. Okay, so anyway, let's take a look at how we forward this. So I think it's in Webpack dev conf and base conf. Nope, it's an index and config. Okay, so proxy table. We need to proxy this basically. So let's do that. So we need to do /API, and the target is /HTTP localhost 3000. I want to change the origin to be so yeah, we want to change our origin to true, and we don't want to rewrite anything on the path. I think we're fine there. Okay. Let's restart this and try that again. And whilst we do that, I'm going to do the tedious job of writing this out again. Okay, are we up and running? Yes. Okay, you see we actually made the request there. Let's paste this. Verify me again, get some more hashes. We'll see if we look on CoinHive that we are increasing our hash count. Okay, so click continue. See what happens. Doesn't look like much at the moment. Nothing's going on there. Let's try and refresh the page and see what happens. So it's either something's been messed up. Yeah, it looks like the post.entries. Did it go through? Error is not defined, so we got an error. Okay, so let's have a look. Middleware index.js. Of course. Okay. So we'll definitely get an error, which is fine, I guess. Apparently it's entered. Not sure if I fully believe that. Don't. What I am going to do is I'm just going to write on a note somewhere. I'm going to paste that address. Last thing I want is to use that. Okay, cool. Let's try again then. We'll get it to work at some point, I'm sure. Alright, let's try continue. I was being optimistic, hoping it would work first time. Alright, so it's gone through, but we've definitely got some errors. Let's find out what those errors are. Captcha.validate is not a function. Okay, that's good. So this is just where we wrote things a little bit too quickly. Things didn't go too well. Okay, so it's in exports.create, in and I mean, we can see it here that it is functions, so find out what's going on here. Now, instead of waiting for this to happen all the time, we can just curl this. We'll just do curl localhost 2000 API / payout entries. Well, apparently it's not found, which I think is a bit weird, so let's try HTTP 127.0.0.1. Okay, so this is slightly different. We are getting a 200 back on this one. So hopefully that worked. Let's try. Aha. Okay, so the problem is we've got, and this is a silly mistake, we're overwriting the value of captcha, which is probably why I had it written as reCAPTCHA in my notes. But these happen. For some reason we've also got an error here, which we definitely should look into to why it doesn't let us post. It's probably to do with like the callback from the captcha or something similar to that. but it's something we want to definitely check up on. There's going to be a bit of debugging probably in the next session. The captcha did not validate, which is interesting. For the moment, I might just disable it because I don't know why it didn't validate. Didn't validate because we didn't set it. Okay, so let's go to CoinHive. So this is because we didn't set our secrets, because I didn't want to commit it. It's going to be live on everyone to see anyway, but what we're going to do is just do this livecoin, CoinHive. I believe is the CoinHive captcha secret key. So I'm just going to set it manually here. Okay, so hopefully that will work. Let's try it. Again, we're going to get the address. The good thing is the address did validate. I'm not expecting the address to start as the reason it does so. Okay, so let's inspect this element and find out why this doesn't work. Required prop magnitude. It's kind of annoying. I wonder what it is that could be doing this. We'll just do some debugging in the next session just to make sure everything's clear. Fine. I've just probably missed. Okay, so we got a 500 for this one. Did not validate the captcha. Interesting. Right. Didn't want to do this, but I'm just going to. And let's reload this a couple of times. So here you can see that we are getting the number of hashes coming in. You can also see us increasing our payments and things like that, which is kind of nice. Let's again. Okay, so that did work. We just needed to set the CoinHive captcha secret key. For some reason it wasn't working via setting it this way, but that's okay. We can set it up in our environment. Slightly different. I should have probably just exported it. I think it's probably something to do with NodeMon. Okay. So P2SH types is not defined. Let's have a look at that then. Yep, that's fine. So let's reload this again and again, just to make sure. Copy this. And we'll try one more time. So that was successful this time. So that was all the bugs fixed out of it. If we look, we've got an entry with our address in there, and it was created at the correct time and updated that. I probably want to create some more addresses, but I don't want to create them here. Bear with me. So currently what's going to happen is we've got these terminals. Okay, I believe I've got access. Okay, so I need to just quickly do something. Alright, so I've got another address. Let's copy this and that one. Copy that. Sorry about this. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That works in this terminal. So I need to figure out a way how to copy when you're switched as another user into a different shell. It's kind of interesting. You could just log in as that user, but that's not the intended purpose of that. Who knows? I think I just need to fix tmux, that's all. It used to be that I could press Alt and select stuff, but that doesn't seem to work. Okay, so we're just trying out this other hash. This, for some reason, doesn't work. We need probably the view debugger. We get the view dev tools. So let me just install these view dev tools and we can do this. We need it probably in the next session. If we had Chrome or Firefox running, we could do that. And maybe I should install Firefox and run this on there instead of on Opera. Alright, but that worked. So we'll do the debugging on the next session. Okay, so we've got our two addresses in there, so that's great. That's kind of what we wanted. The payouts are sort of coming through. So the next thing we want to do is we want to, first of all, we need to make sure we've got some actual money in our coin. Let's have a look. Get wallet info. Doesn't look like we have any balance, which is to be expected. I may need to set that up properly next time, but what we'll do is we shall, I think if we can just mine this, we can get some coins. Yeah, so let's just make a mine.sh. Just get up documents on how to write that. I want to Okay, cool. Let's do that. Source /compos sh mine.sh. Hopefully we're mining. Hard to tell or not. I think one of the issues is because we're stuck in a get initial block state. Means we're not really mining at all. I think that is one of the issues because we've left this for so long. The what's it called? To download. It's basically taking some time, so that's fine. We can just leave that running like that. I'm sure at some point we will start mining. Yeah, so we're stuck in his initial download, which is fine. We can hopefully get through that. If not, I'll get it fixed before the next session anyway, so we can sort of see it working. But okay, so let's go to our API now. Now, if you remember, we've got our Faucet class. And what we need to do on this one is we need to start it. Now, apart from the fact that I need to try and get some blocks in there, and I'll figure out a way to do that. I think I might just tear down the network and reload it again, which is not that difficult to do. Okay, but so we got the start method, remember, and here we need to basically, we need to run our faucet every X amount of minutes that we decided to start on. So how do we do that? First of all, we're going to install a package. Let me just go out of view here. Okay. And I'm just going to cancel this, but nodemon down here, because you guys probably didn't see any of that. Sorry. And then we'll go here and we're just going to install a new package called, find it, npm I node schedule. So this is basically a scheduler within Node. It's similar to like how cron works. So it allows us to sort of run similar to cron jobs. Okay, so this is what we want to do. We just want to do this .job equals schedule job. Now this should be its own discrete service rather than wrapped up in the API. That means you can only run this in one of these instances. I wouldn't recommend horizontally scaling this unless you take the scheduler out and apply it somewhere else, or add it to a like a schedule queue or something. But if you want to have this running over multiple instances, this will not work because this does have a load of state associated. So do not use this if you're horizontally scaling. Use something like cron on one single server. Okay, so that's our scheduler running, up and running. And that's basically it. So let's go through this line of code. So this, we basically just give ourselves a job, so we want to store that job. It allows us to stop it as well if we want to stop it. Not that we do initially. Let's do this .create payout. So this basically allows us to schedule. We're using cron, so we're not doing seconds. The first one is minutes, but we're doing sort of every X amount of minutes, and we set minutes on our configuration. And then every day, so this will basically do it at every 10 minutes pass, or if we set it to 10. And then it just calls the run faucet method, which is here. Now, the next thing we do want to add is we want to check the balance. So we want to add some email notifications. It's a really nice way to sort of let us know if something's going wrong. So let's do that. This .check balance. We'll basically finish testing this and stuff. You're just going to have to try and trust me that this works at the moment. But we'll finish testing, I guess, in the next session once I've got some coins up here. Hopefully, oh, it looks like we might be moving again. The chain might be moving. Still an initial block download though, so maybe not. Let's see if it works. I'm a little skeptical, but never know. I might just need to reset the chain. And this is what happens if you like leave a chain for too long. It gets stuck in an initial block download, which is a safety precaution because a stuck chain is pretty much a dead chain. And you can get around it, but it's for this moment it's fine. Okay, so we've added a new method here called check balance, and this is basically going to check our balance. And we're going to just set something up in the config. I think we won't do it here, we'll do it upper level. There. Set it here, and we'll just have something like a min balance, I guess. Yeah. We'll just do min balance like that. That's probably safe. Or we could do underscores. Let's do that. So the min balance, we want to notify if we're less than 100, let's say. Yeah, maybe 200. That gives us some time. You would probably adjust this. We could put something variable in here later on, but for the moment, we'll just set it like this. So you just want to check your balance if you are below that min balance value. We want to make sure that we actually send ourselves an email. So how we're going to do that? So we're going to use our RPC to get the balance. So const balance equals await coin service dot get balance. I'm just going to check the service up here. Yep. Cool. And then we'll just do a check if balance is less than config dot min balance. So then we want to get an address equals await this dot coin service get new address. So this will basically send us an email with the address to send it to, which is really nice. So for our coin, we'll make this async as well. So it's a really nice way of like just sending us an email. We can log on to our cold storage or whatever we've got and send it. So okay, we're going to do this.mailer. Now what's annoying is this will send us a message every 10 minutes before we can top up. So if we don't get coin thing, then if we're asleep or something, it's just going to basically spam our inbox. But that's something that you want to leave the user to try and fix. What you can do is, I guess, if you can just do if. You can basically set a flag saying this dot coin service or this dot send top up equals false. So we'll just add this in, basically just stop that. So you only send one, and then you can do if this dot send top up. What you can do here is if this dot send top up. Do send top up equals true for the moment. So this dot send top up do this, and then we can set it to false. This dot send top up equals false. And what we need to do here is else this dot send top up equals true. So when we're back above, we just set that flag to true again, and that's it. We just that means we're only sent it once. First time we dip below, and when we go back above again, we'll be fine. Okay, so what methods do we need to implement? Well, we need a mailer. We need to send a coin top-up mail. We need to be able to get the balance, and we need to be able to get a new address. So let's go into our API and our coin service. So the first one, we wanted async get balance and async get new address. Now these are quite easy to do. You've already seen me work with them on the RPC. So we just do return this.client.request get balance, and then just do the same. Nice and easy. And for this one as well, exactly the same. This.client request get new address, then r.result. And you always want to get a new address for when you add your coins back in, because that is the safe and preferred way of cryptocurrencies. Or never reuse addresses unless you, well, if you, there should really be no reason to reuse addresses. That. Okay, let's take a look at. These two calls have been added in nicely, so let's have a look at creating our mailer server service. Now this is a little bit of a big piece of work, so I'm just going to go through it. If you get lost at all, hopefully we'll explain it. So let's create a new component called mailer. And we'll create Node.Js inside of it. Here it is. Okay, let's delete this. We don't need this. So this is basically a way for us to, or a class, so we can send emails. So we're going to want a new package called Node Mailer. So we're going to install that. And that's incorrect, it's all one word. And we'll get the details from our config, which we need to set up. So we want the SMTP host, and this is going to vary. You're going to set it to your ones. Just set it to, if you've got a Gmail account, set it to your Gmail. It's the easiest way. Let's just module exports there. Alright. So this.smtp config equals host. And you probably want to do it over SSL. Or TLS as they now call it, because you want to use transport layer security. Alright, so you see we've got a type error there. It says object.key is not a function. That is because we've also made a mistake there, so let's fix that one up. Actually, we'll do this and then we'll fix that up. Okay, so we need to create a transporter. There's node mailer create transport. Node mailer is pretty awesome. I recommend you take a look. But this is a. Oh, we need to actually have that into a constructor. This is a decent amount of boilerplate. Send coin top-up mail. We need to send it to an address and a balance. So this is just the domain of the faucet, whatever you'll set it as. Admin equals config.get. Admin email. I'll just use mine for this. And const message equals from, and we'll do faucet at host. Now, if you are using a Gmail, this will rewrite that for you, but if not, you know, it's kind of nice. To admin, subject, please top up coins, text equals renaming balance, /n, please send coin. HTML. We'll just add the HTML. Same thing, but in HTML. So let's just yank all of that. And just add a H2. All right, that's it. We just need to send it now. There we go. So that's our coin top-up mail now. And now in our faucet, we need to make a reference to the mailer. And this dot mailer equals mailer. Okay, so made a little error there. Let's go ahead and fix that up. How's the coin doing? Are we mining? Looks like we might be. We just haven't found a block yet. We'll see how that works. Hopefully I can get the chain moving again. If not, you know, happen. Okay, so we need to add a new mailer in there. And before we go on to that, we wanted to add in our, wanted to fix our coin service for send money, so it's just object.keys. Alright, so that's basically everything sort of tied up and wrapped up. We got our faucet configured. The web is also loading from that same faucet.json. So let's see if we can do that quickly. I don't really want to go over much an hour on this video because next thing I need to do is try and get this chain moving. So we've got some coins in there. And the next time, in the next session, we're going to go over and debug it and deploy it. So let's have a little look. So here is the rewards table. Let's see if we can get it. We might not be able to because of Webpack load. Okay, yes we can. Alright, let's do here, not where we want to be. We've been in the rewards table. And if we don't, okay, let's go to info. Alright, let's go web. So we'll do this in the web thing because it's just a bit easier. I believe it's in info. This is not good. Do this on double. Okay. Go into info, and that's where our rewards table is in the data. So what we're going to do is we're just going to import faucet from now. I wonder if this is going to be okay. We could do this. I think that might be fine. Okay, so it seems to work. So I think if we do faucet, and we've got the chance of 0.1 here. That's really slightly confusing. So we might just change our rewards table to not take those rewards in, but just take the actual faucet in. I think. Because looks like it's taking in a magnitude, but if we look at our actual faucet.json, our chances are done in all integers rather than in points, which is fine. It's just we're going to have to just divide that down. So it does take in a magnitude. Okay, so let's just change the props to be faucet. That's the type of. Well, we could do rewards actually. Magnitude. Let's just leave it like that. I think we can make that work. And we're just going to do computed here. We probably want to change this because if you ever do the min, then this is going to screw this up. Alright, so if we have a little look, let me just switch over to the web as well. So we're almost there, it's just it's a little bit off on the chances, so let's fix that up, shall we? I think it should just be math.round. Let's do reward.chance divided by magnitude, let's try that. Yeah. Times 100. And there we go. That's it. So that's how we got it. So it's now sort of in one place in the configuration. So if we change our configuration for the faucets, it will update and reflect across the table, which is really nice. So that's kind of like keeping it all in one space. We got an unexpected comma for some reason. Let's have a look. Yep. Perfect. So okay, the coin is mining, so that means we might be all right. The chain might not be stuck. Let me have a little look. However, yeah, okay, cool. Let's go get blockchain info. We're not an initial coin downloader anymore, so that's fine. So the only issue I do have is this is going to take a while to mine at least 50 blocks, so we've got the balance for this. But we're just going to leave it and see how it goes and just run it for a little bit. So once this is up and running and we've got some coins in here, I will go ahead and sort of do a quick test on this and then show you it working. And we'll fix any bugs. There's a couple of bugs we want to fix tomorrow. I'll look at getting view CLI or the view command line tools sorted so we can fix them in the next session. But thanks for watching. That's basically tying everything together. We'll test it all out, demonstrate it, and deploy it tomorrow. So yeah, catch you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome to session number 5 of how to create a coin faucet in Node.Js. So this session we're basically going to be configuring some stuff. I have to do a quick commit because there was a few bugs in there which I mentioned, and I debugged them off camera just so that we're in the right place. But I do recommend you check out the commit so you can sort of understand what did get changed. Let's have a little look. Okay, yeah, so there's just a couple of spelling mistakes because we went through the material quite quickly. So it's worth being advised and having a look at those just to see what did change. But in this session, what we're going to do is we're basically going to run through deployments. So deployment's a little bit tricky. It's kind of confusing how you do it, but we've already got a couple of servers up and running. I am mining the coin at the moment, as you can see here. And we've tested everything. There's a bunch of transactions coming in, but we are, if you look at the website, we are definitely getting transactions coming in. So if I quickly just get another address, hopefully we can see one coming in. Now I do need to make a mistake. Okay, we'll hopefully get a new address. Let me just... Alright, we've got a new address. We'll give that a go. That. Okay, let's enter it in here. Do this. And then we'll sort of be able to see that one coming in. I've currently got it in at running it up to 1 minute intervals. We want to fix that. We want to make that not 1 minute. We want to run that back on our original time frame, which was this.minutes. So there we go. We're now doing that. So this should run in 7 minutes according to my clock. So let's see. You can see in this one I was lucky and I got the 10 LVC on that reward. If we check the transaction ID, we'll probably be able to see it. We can check that here on our coin. Let's do it here. You can't see me mining because the website is in the way, but I am mining blocks underneath that. Let's just visual so you can see. And you can see the blocks on the bottom right there being mined. Okay, so let's do... Okay, can't do that anymore. We just have to get transaction. I'm used to older clients that have get raw transaction. All right, so we get the transaction and we can see that we sent to our address 10, but because we also own the address, we also received it back. So that's working nicely. Everything's working. One of the things we definitely needed to do on our config that I didn't touch on last time was we need to put in our SMTP details. So let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, there's a dog barking outside, which is very, very annoying. Okay, so there's a bunch of things we need to fix right here, so let's go ahead and do this now. There's a bunch of indentations and stuff, so it's in our captcha. Okay, so that should fix this up. Sorry, I imagine the dog barking is quite annoying, so I'm muting and unmuting. Alright, I think he's calmed down. Okay, so we fixed the errors here. Let's have a look at the API. We need to add our configuration in. We'll do that now. Let me just roll up my notes as usual. Okay, so we needed the faucet domain, and this one you just set yourself, whatever it's going to be, host.com is fine. Then we need the admin email, and it will just be admin@example.com. Then we need to add in our SMTP host. Now I'm going to prefix this one with smtp.gmail.com. That will be pretty standard if you're going to use your Gmail accounts. SMTP user. Now this will be your username or your email. So my email at gmail.com, and then you got SMTP pass, which is going to be my email password for Gmail. Nice and long, but so you just want to fill these out when you're doing it yourself. Make sure you do not commit those because they might be visible by somebody else who looks at your project later on. So you want to set them using environment variables, and we've discussed environment variables a little bit, but let's say you wanted to do it, you would just either do export smtp user equals my email at e.com or whatever, and that's the way you kind of want to do it with regards to setting environment variables. And there's other ways you can do it, but I don't want to go into too much detail on how set environment variables at this stage. If you just want to run it locally, you can just change this configuration file, and that will also work. I'm going to have to delete my secret key and everything once I upload, which is fine. Okay, let's leave it in there for the moment. We'll delete it afterwards. Okay, so what do we want to do next? So next we're going to move over to the all frame. This is the live coin faucet. Let's have a look here. Ooh, that's far too much going on. Okay, so we're now in the faucet. If I do ls, you can see we're in API faucet web, faucet.json and web. So here we want to create something. Well, we want to create a Docker file. So the Docker file is what we're going to use to run this. It's going to be pretty simple to run, basically. Let's give it a go. So we're going to do from node 9 and arg coin hive recaptcha. Is it coin hive recaptcha or just captcha? Let's have a little look. It's just captcha, not recaptcha. Okay. So these are the arguments that we need to pass in. Coin hive number hashes run make dir e/user/source/web and work dir is /user/source/web again, and we want to copy the website over /web and /user/source/web. Now something we haven't done, which we definitely want to do before we can do this, is we need to get it running together, so under one package. But we're going to do this. This is just boilerplate stuff. I'll go through it all in a minute, but just copy it out for the moment. Work dir /user/source/app. You can see we're basically doing two different commands. One of them is for the API, the other is for the front end. The top one is for the front end, the bottom one is for the API. So now we just need to run npm install. Okay, and then we copy the rest of the folders over. We're going to do run dir p /user/source/app/source/static. So we make a static folder in this one. This is the key thing, and let's just put a breakpoint there. And then we're going to run cp/user/source/web/dist into /user/source/app/source/static. It's a lot going on. Expose, and then we just expose port 3000. Now we do env node env production cmd pm and start. So that's the command we're going to do. Okay, So this is basically everything. There is another file we're going to do, but I'm just going to copy pasta this one, I guess. Docker file, docker ignore. I can probably write this one out actually. So this is just so that we're not copying over stuff we don't want to do, which is going to be a web dist web/node modules, then API/static. We don't want to copy the static because that's going to be built. Index.js API/node modules. Okay, and then PIDs. PID _seed star point lock .pdf, just in case we don't need that. But that's our docker ignore, and that's our docker file. Okay, so there is one last thing we want to do, and we're going to go back to the API, and we're going to go into our app. We didn't tie this together because we kind of ran out of time. Okay, let's have a look. So we need to use our server. So we're going to use app.use. This is only a one line. It's just something we forgot to do, but it's important that we do it. Source/static. And that's it. So that just basically means we're going to serve. We're going to serve the static files from the root dir, and that basically will allow us to work as a single controlled item. Okay, let's have a look. So we've got everything we need to hopefully work. Let's try and build this. I'm just going to tag it livecoin/faucet. So this is going to go through the Docker build process, which takes a little bit of time. Whilst that's happening, I can somehow, let's remove that. Let's do Docker build. Okay, let's have a look at the Docker file whilst this is building. So what have we got here? So we're basically from Node 9, we're basically taking the Node version 9, which is what we've been using within MVM anyway. Then we apply our two arguments that we know that we need to have, which is the site key and the number of hashes. That's for building, and that's very important. And we'll write some little scripts so we can build this properly. Now you'll notice I haven't actually given those arguments, so this isn't going to work. So let's go ahead and do that. We need our two build arguments, and in our config.json, we've got our site key here, which I'm not going to be able to get unless I do cat source. Okay, let's go onto Coin Hive from here, and then I can get them. And we need another number of hashes. For this, we're just going to do 256 because it makes things a little bit quicker, but I recommend going slightly higher than that. Okay, API key, site key, okay, copy. So what we're going to do is, instead of this now, we're going to add our build arguments. So let's do docker build/help, find out what we need to do here. Build arg, okay. So I do have a server that does all this for me, so I just want to find out what I've got written there, just to be a little bit safer. I think it's 40. Nope. Okay, let's then build.sh. Okay, so we do have build args. Okay, so it's docker build tag, and then let's do this build arg and coin hive number hashes equals 256. That's for the moment. We'll just keep it 512. I don't want to mess around too much. And then we can do another one, build. Now you can probably do this as a list, but I'm not going to. Capture site key equals. Okay. Okay, so now we specified the build arguments. That's what we needed to do. Because we don't need the web for this, I'm just going to see that slightly better. Okay. That gives us our build arguments that we want. We're building it. It's downloading at the moment. Okay. So then what we do is we make a directory that we're going to need to work from. In this case, it's user/store/web, and we run through and copy all the information over to there using the copy line, line 8. Then we run npm install. So we're not actually there yet. We're downloading everything. I should have done this a little bit sooner because it does take a while sometimes to download these big chunks of information. Especially putting down like the entire node library or something similar to that. But you know, we'll give it some time. It will happen. But having a bit of patience. That big 131 megabytes. My download speed's usually pretty good here. I don't know why it's a little bit slower on the Docker side of things. I mean, it does seem to be speeding up. Maybe that there's a video watched and something similar, but yeah, for some reason it's not taking a little bit longer on the 131. Anyway, so once we do that, we run through and we build everything, which Docker will take care of. Then we go through the process again. We make another directory, this time called app, so it's the main app rather than just the web front end. And we copy the API package JSON in there and run npm install. Then we copy the rest of the API files in there that we need. And we could just copy it all in there and run npm install. That's fine to do as well. For some reason, I've got it this way. And then we run make the directory, we run make dir, and we create the static file directory, what we want. Then we copy in all the distribution files from the web into our static. Finally, we expose port 3000, which is the port we're using, and we can rebind that, remember, with Docker. And we set the node environment to production. Then finally, we've got command npm start, which is what is run when we do Docker run. So that is our Docker file in a nutshell. Now, once it starts to build, I can show you how everything happens. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the website. Because I believe, yes, oh, I'm also super lucky because I just received another 10 coins and a transaction ID to do it. Now, we could add like things such as an address, but I'll probably leave that to the user. Yeah, there we go. There's the website. Sorry, it's slightly off scale. Yeah, that's better. But that is the website. You can see we've now got the 2 transactions. We got second transaction ID here, which is cool. Let's actually copy that transaction ID here and have a look on our coin. We can see it went to the said address. There we go. So that is basically it. We've built on top. Everything's looking good. It hasn't been confirmed yet. The block hasn't been written to the blockchain, but I'm sure it will. It's just the mining because I'm running it on a CPU, very low voltage. It just takes a little bit of time to get through. Okay, so how are we doing? We got build with errors, which is never good. Build fails with error. Cannot resolve faucet.json. Okay, that's fine. That's because we added something new in from my notes, which I wanted to add in, but you know, it was probably a little, not reckless, I say, but maybe a little bit ambitious. But the good news is we can just do copy faucet.json to user/source, and that should work just fine. Let's give it a go. We don't have to re-download everything this time, so we just have to run npm build, and hopefully that will be all we need to do. Let me get my face out of the way again. Perfect. You have to excuse my appearance in this video. It's blinding hot and I'm just absolutely drenched because of the heat. This is the problem with England, there is no air conditioning, so if you hear a fan going off as well, I apologise for that. Okay, so it looks like we got further than before. The dog stopped barking as well. Okay, so we built our webpack nicely. Let's go ahead and build our API. So you can see the commands coming through, such as workdir. Well, you can't see my mouse. Workdir, copy, run. So these are all the commands that are happening at the same time. Okay, perfect. Let's take a look, shall we? So if we do docker run, so I was going to deploy this on the web, but I think I'll just deploy it locally, because if you have any idea how to use Docker, this is all you need to do. Again, you can deploy it locally with the other methods we've seen. Let's give it a name of Faucet and detach it. Let's have a look. It's up and running. We need to stop it though. Let's do docker rm livecoin faucet, because we didn't give it a port, so let's do that as well. We have 3001 to bind it to 3000. Okay. So if we check out 3001, I'm just going to check out beforehand. For some reason we aren't getting access to it, which is annoying. Kill our API. So for some reason I can't access the Docker correctly, so maybe it is a case that we need to put it onto the web. Let's just add everything here. Okay, we've got a what's it called? Let's give this one more go. Let's do it with a 3000, shall we? Yep, it's not working for some reason. Let me do a little bit of debugging. For some reason it's going through port 0000. Interesting. Also, if we run the API, I wonder if this... Yeah, there's no port collision, so for some reason I can't access. Oh. That's interesting. Okay, so the issue is we haven't got our MongoDB set up. That's fine. Let's go ahead and allow access for MongoDB. So we need to do this as well. Docker run. Okay. Yep, that's my mistake. Okay. Let me take a look at my Docker run. I forgot about MongoDB for a second there. Okay, let's do this. Docker run name Mongo. The Mongo Normally you would make sure that your Docker image or your Mongo image has a basically a path to make sure the data stays there. For this case though, we're not going to worry too much. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so we used to have a file called run, which I no longer have, because I must have accidentally deleted it. Whilst we're downloading this, I'm just going to quickly do that. Run.sh. Okay. Okay, so the reality is all we need to do is make sure that we've got our it's one of those things where RM can be very unforgiving at times. Okay, so let's have a look. Got our Docker file. Okay, Docker PS. We've got Mongo running. Let's do Docker RM Faucet. Okay, so if we do Docker run, now we need to add some environment variables in. Now we did add a few environment variables such as, well, most of them are already written in the configuration, but if we want to overwrite any configuration environment variables, we can do so by just taking a look. Let's get rid of that. So we've got our secret key and we've got our site key. We don't need to overwrite any of these. We've got our database name, got all our script prefixes and things like that. RPC port, everything looks good from this point of view. So we're not going to change any of the host or anything. All we need to do is make sure we've got our Mongo URL correctly. Now, because we're using MongoDB, we're going to link it. So we in the link flag and type in Mongo as Mongo. And then we need to do E of Mongo URL equals MongoDB Mongo, and then we need to add the port as well, which is 27017. Okay, Docker PS, let's have a look. Let's do Docker logs faucet, and it should be running. Now, I did do it as 3000, so let me take a look. Let's see how it works. 127.0.0.1, port 3000, and we are here. So this is now running on our Docker container. You can see we've not got any previous payouts because this is a fresh database. But let's give it a go anyway and see what we can do. Now, there might be something that's slightly off. And that might be the way that I've got my coin set up. Let's just take a little look. Okay, yeah. So I'm just going to get rid of the RPC allow IP. And I'll explain why shortly. Okay. That. Alright, so the daemon's still running just because it's still mining, I think, so we're just going to wait a second. But we just wanted to restart everything. So we're allowing RPC in from anywhere. Now, this isn't very safe, but there's a few things you want to do. It's based on your infrastructure that you need to set up, but for Timing wise in this video, because I don't want it to be too long as it's kind of a wrap up video, we're just going to do it this way. Okay, let's take a look. Still running. It might take a while. It's probably because of the mining that's going on. There we go. So because of the mining that goes on, it takes sometimes a little bit of time to go through. Oh, there's no need for me to do that. Okay. Let's mine it this time again. Okay, so we should be hopefully allowed to do it. Let me just get my... Let's exit out of here. Just going to get myself a new address. All right, we got one. Okay, now let's enter it in. We'll do the proof of work. These hashes up. Now we can follow this if we want to. Let's do it. Okay, let's delete that one because that's no longer needed. All right, so everything looks good. Sure, the MongoDB instance has that. Now we have to wait a few more minutes. But instead of doing that, because we wait a few minutes, let's exec into the MongoDB instance. And there we have it. We have our entry in there. I don't know if you can see that. Let me just double check. Kind of can see it. Right, we can do that on here actually. Let me do that again. So what I'm doing here is basically execing into a shell, which will allow me to exec into Mongo Faucet. We can show collections just to make sure they're in there. So then db.entries.find. And there we are. We have the entries. We have everything we need. Get in there. We don't have a transaction ID at the moment, but we just do the database. We'll get a transaction ID shortly, probably within the next 6 minutes. But everything should work through that. So basically, we've now got it deployed in Docker, so we can upload this, put it somewhere, and have it running elsewhere. Basically, I write like little environment shell scripts so that I'd only have to write the site key and whatever once, and then I just make sure I load them in. Let me show you how you do that. So like you do the Docker run that we have. So let's say you've already got your environment variable for your Coin Hive secret key, I believe it is. Double check that. Coin Hive captcha secret key. Let's say you've already got it set on your actual system. You would just do Coin Hive captcha secret key. Do it like that, and you basically got everything set up. So yeah, that's basically the end of the course. We got everything running. We got everything Dockerized, and it's bundled up in a nice, neat little application. When you do go to deploy this on your server, you make sure you have your daemon running. That's very important, and you set up your RPC user and RPC password correctly as well. Once you've got that, make sure you put it, you build this and link it to that via your configuration file. And that's basically it. You will then have a nice working faucet. I would go ahead and adjust the rewards in the actual faucet entry, which is... Let's get rid of that. So in here, so you can adjust your rewards, and you can add and remove rewards if you want to, just by adding new elements into the array, but you want to make sure that your chances all equal up to your max. just to be safe. And you can probably optimize this a little bit and take out the min and max. Min's probably always going to be 0, and you do a max based off an amalgamation of calculating all the different various chances you want to. So you could automate some of that stuff, and I would recommend you do so if you wanted to expand on it, but we're not going to do that in our sessions because we're going to try and wrap this up at this stage. So yeah, that's basically how you create a faucet, and that's how to look at our first application that we've made on this channel. Together, building on top of a coin. For all intents and purposes, it is Bitcoin, but you know, we could have used the Bitcoin Live or Bitcoin testnet for this as well. But it was easier to sort of continue on with the story that we already had, or the coin that we already had. But thank you so much for watching. I hope this series helped you understand things a little bit better, and I'll be back next time with more videos with regards to cryptocurrency. Bye everyone.